hearing is now called to order, and thank you very much for joining us today. I thank those people who came all the way here to the Senate despite the very strict health protocols being practiced here. Thank you very much. And of course, to our resource persons online, thank you very much also for sharing us your valuable time. So before I continue and elaborate on the item that we'll be discussing today, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to our resource persons. For the public hearing on Senate Bill number 379, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons from the Department of Education. We have Assistant Secretary Dexter A. Galban, the Assistant Secretary for Operations, and Director Nanette E. Alama, Director 4 of the Bureau of Learner Support Services. From the Commission on Higher Education, we would like to acknowledge Ms. Yuri M. Castro, Education Program Specialist of the Office of Student Development and Services. From the Department of Health, we would like to acknowledge Dr. John Ora Laurel Yavado, the Division Chief of the Specialty Care Division and Head of the Philippine Council for Mental Health Secretariat, and Dr. Gerard Belimac, OIC Director 3 of the Disease Prevention and Control Bureau. From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, or DSWD, we would like to acknowledge Director Rodora G. Alday, Bureau Director of the Policy Development and Planning Bureau. From the Department of Budget and Management, we would like to acknowledge Director Perpetual Judea Quiazon, OIC Director 4 of the Budget Information Legislative Service. From the Civil Service Commission, we would like to acknowledge Commissioner Eileen Lourdes A. Lizada and Mr. Joseph P. Palatao, Chief HR Specialist of the Human Resource Policies and Standards Office. From the Professional Regulation Commission, or PRC, physically present is Dr. Luz Viminda S. Guzman, Chairperson of the Board of Guidance and Counseling, and Dr. Lucila O. Bante, a UST Professor of Psychology and Guidance Counseling, and she was also the former President of the Psychological Association of the Philippines. Virtually present are Commissioner Jose Y. Cueto Jr., Oversight for the Health and Allied Profession, Commissioner Erwin M. Enad, Oversight for the Business Technology and Social Cluster and Oversight of the Legislative Liaison Research Committee, Dr. Carmelita P. Pabilon, Board of Guidance and Counseling, Dr. Joanna V. Remo, Board of Medicine, Dr. Paz Lucido, Vice Chairperson of the Board for Professional Teachers, and Ms. Rosetta G. Palma, OIC of the Board for Social Workers. From UNICEF, we would like to acknowledge Ms. Juliet Bendicio, Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Coordinator. From the Psychological Association of the Philippines, we have the President, Dr. Nino Jose C. Mateo. From the MLAC Institute for Psychosocial Services, Inc., we have the founder, Dr. Maria Lourdes Hani A. Carandang. And last but not the least, from the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations of the Philippines, or COCOPEA, we have the Legal Counsel, Attorney Cristina R. Manawag. Also just arrived physically are Director Resty C. Osias and Director Mario Bermudez of DepEd. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Privilege and honor, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tulfo, any opening remarks?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Senator Win Gatchalian. Before anything else, I commend the efforts of this committee in addressing the issues of mental health, especially the mental health for youth. And while the condition of our education has been improving and the matters at hand are already being addressed as we speak by our dear Vice President and Education Secretary, Inday Sara, we would like to lend a helping hand by making suggestions. Sa programa ko po, nakailang ulit na po ang lumapit sa akin na may mga insidente ng mental health issues sa mga kabataan. Mga nag-suicide dahil sa bullying ng mga kapwa-estudyante. At may bullying din na mismong ang mga guro ng abuso dahil sa pagbagsak sa klase o dahil sa mga problema sa tahanan at iba pa. Nadudulog ang puso ko tuwing nakakausap ako ng mga magulang na namatayan ng anak. There are no comforting words for parents who have to bury their own children. That is why I believe in the urgency of this bill. And apart from these suicide incidents, we're also seeing violent incidents. Really, a 12-year-old student accidentally shot herself with a gun in school in San Jose del Monte City, Bulacan. A few weeks ago, a 13-year-old student died after a minor student stabbed him inside a high school in Quezon City. Late last year, there was a scuffle in a school in Makati where one student brought a brass knuckle which he used in knocking out his schoolmate. These incidents are an indication of the mental health condition of our youth. Without any doubt, the importance of mental health cannot be overstated, especially in the education sector. The youth who make up the majority of the student population are particularly vulnerable to mental health issues. It is our duty to ensure that they are provided with the necessary support and services to address their mental health needs. I support the provisions of this bill in raising the salary and providing for progression in the career of our guidance counselors. Furthermore, I agree with the need to involve the parents in this mental health and well-being program. This is the only way we can address the lack of guidance counselors for students. But Mr. Chairman, mental health is not a problem for students alone. Even teachers are exposed to depression and other mental health issues. Maliit ang sweldo, masyadong malaking size ng klase, kakulangan sa benepisyo, o hindi nakarating na benepisyo. Wala rin silang sick leave at holiday pay. Hindi rin sila nakakakuha ng MOOE, bili ng mga kailangan sa klase, kaya napipilitan pa silang mag-abono. At minsan, ang masama pa, ay ang mga estudyante ang nagko-contribute para sa mga supply sa klase, pambayad sa mga maintenance at janitors, at para sa mga programa ng paaralan. At dahil sa kakulangan ng mga guro, nagtuturo sila ng mga subject na wala sa kanilang specialization. All this contribute to the stress of the teachers. At kung stress ang mga teachers, naipapasa ito sa mga estudyante. Again, we cannot afford to neglect the mental health needs of our children. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And I will reserve my question and concerns for later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Raffy Tulfo. If there's one senator who is in contact with our constituents on a regular basis, that's Senator Tulfo. I think no senator has a better feel of what our populace is feeling and encountering than Senator Tulfo because of his program and also his experience in constituency work. With that, thank you very much, Senator Tulfo.
Thank you,
with
Mr.
that, we also recognize Senator Bongo, who's also present with us online. Senator Go, any opening remarks? Hearing none, we'll go to the meat of our discussion today. Today, we'll be discussing Senate Bill number 379, and the title of this measure is an act strengthening the promotion and delivery of mental health services in basic education schools through the institutionalization of the mental health and well-being program, prescribing the hiring and deployment of mental health professionals, prescribing the creation of plantilla positions of guidance associates in the Department of Education, increasing the salary grades of guidance counselors, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes, authored by yours truly. Mental health is a silent disease, a silent issue that is plaguing our country. A lot of our constituents don't have deep appreciation of mental health. Marami po sa mga constituents ho natin, kung meron nararamdaman, ang common reaction or common advice is, itulog mo na lang yan, baka pagod ka lang. O kumain ka na lang ng biskwit, baka nagugutom ka lang. No? But that goes to show that a lot of our constituents have very shallow understanding of this disease and this problem that is plaguing our country. More so that it became pronounced during the pandemic. Our schools were closed approximately 2 years, and a lot of our children got trapped in their own homes, and a lot of our parents as well got trapped in their own homes for almost 2 years. No? And this exacerbated the problems of mental health. But even though that problem is coming to fore, still a lot of our constituents don't have clear understanding of this issue. So today we'll be discussing a proposal. The proposal has two basic concepts. Of course, we have a lot of concepts in the bill, but the two basic concepts here is to institutionalize a mental health and well-being program in our basic education, meaning these from K to 12, both private and public, and also address the issue of guidance counselors, guidance associates, guidance service providers. We have a lot of terminologies, and we will seek your advice on what terminology to use. But basically, how to increase the number of health professionals, particularly guidance counselors in our schools, both public and private. We were surprised, with the numbers that we saw, and we'll show that later on we'll share everyone, our findings on the number of health professionals that are available in our country. So we'll talk about that later on. But these are the two concepts, institutionalization and also addressing the incentives/shortage of health professionals in our basic education system. We already have a mental health law. This is RA 11036. This is a mental health law for the country. What we are proposing is a mental health program for our basic education system. So just bear in mind. And we will again seek your advice and your opinion because we don't want to end up with a redundancy as well as overlap within the law, within the existing law and the proposed measure. What we want is a harmonious delivery of mental health services to our constituents, particularly in basic education, which our committee is concerned with. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed to the discussion of the bill. We have a lot of experts with us. Thank you very much for joining us. We don't claim to be experts. I'm not an expert in mental health, as well as I'm not a mental health professional. And I think all of us will welcome your expert opinion on the subject matter. Feel free to contribute. Feel free to echo your sentiments. But the overall direction of this committee is to address mental health concerns in our basic education system and institutionalize a program. So with that, we'll go into the meat of the discussion because we have a lot of experts today. Before that, let me recognize the presence of Senator Binay. And any opening remarks, Senator Binay? Hearing none, so we'll discuss first the most basic, and this is for the information of everyone, not only the senators, but everyone who's following this hearing is, where are we in terms of mental health? Gaano ba kalala yung problema? Gaano ba kalawak yung problema? Saan ba yung problema? Is this happening in our schools? Is this happening with our teachers? So let's have an assessment first of the problem. Let's determine the gravity of the issues beforehand, because once we determine that, then we go into the solution, so that we will have a healthy discussion on how to approach this measure. So we'll call on with the Department of Education, because this is a basic education agenda. So we'll call on the Department of Education to give us their findings insofar as mental health is concerned, and then also what are the steps that they are taking in order to address those findings, and what are their suggestions in order to strengthen the solutions. And we'll go on to the experts as we go along so that marinig muna natin in DepEd because we have almost 90% of our students in their system. No? So let's hear it from them first and then we'll go on to the experts later on. All right? So we'll call on Director... sino ba sa Department of... Saan ba? Yun, si Asek Galban. Asek, go ahead.
Good morning, Senator. Before I proceed, I'd first like to express our sincere gratitude for your support for our basic education report yesterday. And it was very clear that the directive, part of our new Matatag direction, would be to seek out mental wellness experts to form interventions at the school level. So this bill and its provisions would definitely be helpful in making it happen. So with that being said, we hope to provide you with a bit of a snapshot regarding mental health in schools. So in terms of the number of learners who sought guidance counseling from a guidance counselor, and again, this is vis-a-vis the notion that there is a shortage of guidance counselors in schools. So we believe that this number is actually underreported. We have roughly 775,962 learners, and this is based on 2021 data. That is approximately 2.85% of total population. Again, we believe that this is potentially underreported given the lack of guidance counselors in schools. And at the same time, in terms of the number of schools that we have, that's 60,957. Of these, the total number of guidance offices is only 16,557. And the total number of registered guidance counselors within the agency is roughly 2,093. So clearly a very small number in contrast to the concerns raised. And a major concern would be, for example, the total number of cases related to bullying, as mentioned by Honorable Senator Raffy Tulfo, totaling roughly 1% of all total cases, again, potentially underreported, among many other considerations. And one of the biggest issues there is that in terms of guidance counselors within the basic education system, and I would love to see the concurrence or hear the concurrence of our friends here today, we have roughly 2,093 guidance counselors, and for a population group target of 28 million, the ideal ratio is not hit. The recommended ratio actually is 1:250. We are a bit stretching it here in the Philippines, it's to 1:500. But if you look into the numbers, 2,000 and 28 million, that's 1:13,394. So clearly there is a gap to be filled. A major consideration that we are looking into is the unfilled positions when it comes to guidance and counseling, more so that the degree requirement is not commensurate to the compensation that is provided to them, and therefore there are vacant positions for years on end. And one of the major factors here to consider would be, for example, for a guidance counselor, typically would be requiring a master's degree, and their entry level into the department would be SG11, for example. In contrast, for example, nurses, I'm also a nurse, the entry level as per our law is SG15. So clearly there is a disparity there. And at the same time, one of the concerns would be that there is actually a lot of individuals who would like to help, our psychometricians and several other mental health professionals, professions that may not have existed or were not factored in the creation of previous laws or even in the creation of the structure of DepEd, and would therefore require congressional assistance in order to open up these kinds of positions within the department. Because these professions, for example, psychometricians only came into commission regulation, I believe, early 2000s. Yeah. And therefore may not have been factored into the pool of human resources that we would hopefully be able to bring in. So the provisions of the bill are very welcome, and we would love to support and assist you in making it happen. So that I'd love to invite members of the Department of Education to provide additional insights if there are any.
Good morning, Senators. Yes, I am from the BHROD, or the Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development. the data we have here shows that as far as the filled up positions, the authorized positions in DepEd for guidance counselors 1 to 3 is 5,381. What is filled up is only 19%, sir, and it's 1,032. So there is an unfilled position numbering to 4,349 or 81%. Only 19% is filled up. Now there is another position here that's also in DepEd on which has something to do with guidance counseling. These are the guidance coordinators. The authorized number of positions is 245. What is filled up is around 160 or 65%. So there is an unfilled position numbering 85 or 35%. With respect to guidance service specialists, the authorized position is 5. What's filled up is only 4, and the unfilled is 1. And then the total number of non-registered guidance counselors, meaning these are the ones who have not passed the exams or are not registered in accordance with what the law provides, no, is 1,483. So these are the numbers, Your Honors, that we have crunched as far as the guidance counselors are concerned in the department right now.
Any more?
Honorable Senator, I would like to add, because I believe the data is relevant, at least based on our 2021 data, the total number of suicide cases recorded, and again, this is something that we should look into, is 404. It is our belief that even one suicide case is too much, and that's why we are very much in support of the bill. And based on our data, we have had 2,147 learners who attempted suicide. And this is an alarming rate that continues to go up, given that the transition between or from the pandemic into face-to-face classes can also put a strain in the same light that the transition from face-to-face to online provided strain for our learners. While we do have ongoing mental health programs, and we're very thankful for the support of the Senate, because for the first time, there is a special provision that was allocated for DepEd, specifically for mental health. And it will actually allow us to effectively cascade our programs if we do have sufficient personnel in the field. Because while we do have the funding, if we have limited capacity to onboard additional plantilla positions for mental health, the effectiveness of the program will be potentially affected in a negative way. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Senator Binay.
good morning, Mr. Chairman, and magandang umaga po sa lahat ng ating bisita. Pwede mo paki-expound lang kung ano ba itong mental health program ng DepEd?
Thank you very much, Senator Binay. We have existing initiatives that are scattered across the different divisions and the different strands of the Department of Education. So, of course, the Bureau of Learner Support Services are here. I can provide a bit of insight wherein we have the school health, the school sports, and youth formation division all functioning to provide different programs for mental health. So we have the school mental health program, as well as the National Drug Education Program. And this is also included the comprehensive tobacco control and the healthy learning institutions collaboration that we have with the Department of Health. We also continue to have our advocacy campaigns regarding the rights of the child when it comes to mental health and psychosocial support services through our Learners' Rights and Protection Office. We even have our assessment for those that are affected immediately after disasters through our DRRMS. And through our youth formation, we have our Barkada Contra Droga and allyship program. And even in those strands that are not directly learner facing in terms of direct support or not part of the learner support services, there exists mental health programs encouraging peer-to-peer conversations through the Bureau of Learner Resources, among others, even those that hope to provide support to our teachers when it comes to their mental well-being in the field. So these are our current initiatives, which we hope to expand, again, with the support of the Senate, with additional manpower, and again, thankful for the support in terms of the budget. Now we can hopefully better craft a more comprehensive program with this support. Thank you.
Hindi, kasi meron ho ba kayong programa? Kasi I remember when I was in grade school, meron ho kaming guidance counselor, and then meron kaming one-on-one session na it's not just mental health, pati yung career path, so may ganun kaming sessions with our guidance counselor, and at any given time nandun yung guidance counselor namin pag kailangan namin ng kausap, whether it's about yung nga, yung career path mo, or kung may problema ka. Meron ho bang ganun yung DepEd?
Yes, Senator, there currently exists that exact program, but one of the considerations that we have is that we do not have enough to provide enough support to that population group that we hope to assist. And that's why we're thankful to have the insights of our other experts here, because they can actually highlight the difference in competencies that would be needed, because there are differences in terms of what a guidance counselor can do, a psychometrician, psychologist, and a psychiatrist. And these can all affect the way that we deliver the mental health program, because it's true, the guidance counselors provide career guidance. That's actually one of the major foundations that we are pushing for in DepEd, but at the same time, they can also provide mental health support. So there's a lot on their plate, but there aren't enough of them. So we actually need to provide assistance or an opening for other mental health professionals, your psychometricians and the like, to come in and provide assistance even to our guidance counselors in DepEd. Thank you.
Siguro kahit for submission na lang, kasi for example, yung isang bata na diagnose nung guidance counselor na kailangan ng additional help. Kung ilan yung ganong parang may follow through na program. Kasi baka ang nagiging problema, baka yung bata wala rin siyang access for further assessment or for further treatment.
Thank you, Senator. That's duly noted. We will provide the response requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Binay. Any more? Yes, Ma'am Nanette.
Good morning po sa lahat. Good morning, Senators. Sa akin po, mag-share ako ng experience ko kasi galing po ako sa grassroots. Lagi po kaming year in and year out, lagi po kaming nagpo-post ng mga vacancies ng mga registered guidance counselors. Pero wala pong takers. Bakit po? Kasi po mataas po yung requirement. Yun po yun. So kahit po gusto nilang pumasok, and at the same time, yung eligibility nila iba po sa teacher. That is why kahit na merong vacancies, hindi rin po ma-fill up because wala pong tao na kukuha. So yun po yun. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment on what she just said? How many unfilled positions do you have right now? Kasi sabi nyo, may mga bakanting position po hindi na-fill dahil hindi qualified. But meron po ako natatanggap na balita na kinukontra po yun yung statement. Kasi nga po, hinihintay pa po mag-graduate ang mga kamag-anak na mga matataas na opisyal ninyo. Ma'am, I have seen some documents in place that were forwarded to the Civil Service Commission. I've seen that, so please wag ho kayong iiling. Kasi po itong sinasabi ko, documented po ito. Isinumiti po sa Civil Service na maraming unfilled position yan sa DepEd na hindi po na-fill mga teachers sapagkat si superintendent, si principal, iniintay pa po yung kanilang mga kamag-anak, anak nilang ng kanilang mga kumare na mag-graduate. And that's a reality. You cannot deny that. Ito nga, Mr. Chair, para sa akin. Make it simple. Happy teachers means happy students. Problematic teachers equals to problematic students. Isa pa po sa nakadagdag sa mental health problem ng mga estudyante, kasi po yung mga teachers are overwhelmed. Sometimes they are obliged to teach na subjects that are not their specialty because they were put there. And then, isa pa po, Mr. Chair, hindi na tatanggap yung kanilang MOOE. Pagod na nga sila, problemado, and maliit ang sweldo, and then yung MOE na siya dapat magpapatakbo ng eskwelahan, hindi po naibibigay. Anong ginagawa ng teachers? Napipilitan sa mga estudyante. Nagkakaroon po dyan ng mga tawag na illegal contributions. Ito mga estudyante na stress dahil napipilitan silang magremedyo para punuan po yung requirements sa contributions. Bayad sa janitor, bayad sa security guard, pambayad sa mga improvements sa school grounds, chalk, even erasers, even yung tinatawag na floor wax. Kinakarga po sa mga estudyante sapagkat hindi po natatanggap yung MOA ng mga teachers. So pag na-stress yung teachers, na-stress yung mga estudyante. Yun lang po yun, Mr. Chair. Yusin po natin yung sistema. Let's treat our teachers well and so that these teachers will treat their students well. Kailangan po talaga baguhin natin yung sistema. And pasensya na DepEd. Matagal ko na po ito. Ito ng pagkakataon ko siguro mailabas ko. Matindi po ang korupsyon sa DepEd. And you know that. Siguro po ginagawa niya ng paraan. In fact, many years ago, at least nag-improve na ngayon. Ito po nagpatigil yan. I forgot yung pangalan na itong DepEd Secretary, yung Luistro. Kinalampag ko sila kinalampag because every single day, yung mga nanay ng mga estudyante sa elementary school and high school, nagrereklamo. Nandiyan yung mga estudyante pinapahiya dahil wala silang baon na bao kailangan bibili doon sa canteen na ang nag-sponsor ay mga guro o principal para mapunta doon sa improvement school, etc. Dahil hindi ka nakakatanggap ng MOE yung eskwelahan. Yung mga estudyante pinipilit magbenta ng kung ano ng mga guro para puno doon sa MOE na hindi naibigay. Hindi po naibibigay sapagkat hinaharap po doon sa DepEd. Now, meron po 1.7 million civil servants sa bansa natin. I think approximately. And out of that 1.7, 100,000 ata ay sa DepEd. Okay? Now, ito pa po yung hinain ng mga teachers. Wala po silang sick leave, Mr. Chair. Am I right? Bakit? Eh, gusto ng teacher, kaya overwhelmed na sila, pagod na sila, etc., etc. And then, sila ay nagkasakit. At gusto na mag-file ng sick leave, wala. Kung gusto na mag-file ng sick leave, then bawas pa ng sweldo. Bakit ganon? And bakit po pagdating sa promotion, ito po yung isa pang na-notice ko, base po sa mga tanggap ng dokumento. Selection process, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yung si number 5, yun po ang nako-qualify. Tama? Si number 1, hindi. Kasi si number 5, may padrino, si superintendent, si principal. Si number 1 is very qualified, new blood, hindi qualified. Bago ka lang eh. So inalagay si number 5 kahit na hindi siya bagay sa posisyon na yon just because siya ay padrino ni superintendent, makukuha niya posisyon. This has to be investigated. That's corruption in every sense of the word. Because nagbabayad. Nababayaran yung mga pwesto. Again, it starts with DepEd. Napatigil ko na po, Mr. Chair, yung contribution, yung illegal contribution. If I may, just tell you some horrible stories from the students. And these are documented. At yan po ay nasa YouTube channel ko. Isang estudyante, pumunta sa school, sa classroom, walang dalang baon. Kinapkapan siya ng kanyang guro. Nilagay siya sa harapan. Hinubaran. Ginagaywa yung bulsa para masiguro na wala siya tinatawag pera. Yung bag niya, binuhos sa classroom. And then wala makuha ang pera, nilagay sa dulo. Nung iingi ng estudyante dahil wala siyang naibigay, wala siyang naidalang pera, walang kontribusyon, pinaihi siya sa bote ng Coca-Cola. Now, yung teacher na gumawa noon, I'm sure wala na siya sa tinuan dahil siya mismo ay stress na. Wala siya natanggap na MOE na dapat sa classroom niya. Bili ng electric fan, wala. Bili ng chalk, wala. Bili ng eraser, wala. Kinarga sa mga estudyante yung para sa MOE na pambili sana na mga kung ano kailangan sa schools. Mr. Chair, I don't know if this is still happening before. Yung sa janitorial, walang pambayad yung school dahil hindi nabigay MOE. Yung security guard, kung minsan yung mga estudyante pa ang naglilinis ng kubeta. Totoo to. So again, please, bigay po ninyo yung MOE ng mga guro. Maawa po kayo sa mga guro natin. Itinuturing natin silang mga bayani natin. Dahil sila po ang naghihimok sa kaisipan ng mga kabataan natin. Paano kung yung mga kabataan natin na-expose sa korupsyon? Dahil yung mga teacher ay biktima din ng korupsyon. At nagagaling sa DepEd. So it starts with DepEd. Please, sa DepEd, ayusin niyo po yung inyong sistema dyan. But I trust, we have a vice president who happens to be the DepEd secretary. I know she's a very courageous and principled woman. Maybe, siya yung kasagutan na para maayos tong problema. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for those feedback, Senator Tulfo. Indeed, there's so many things that we should address in our schools. I always say this during our hearing that the battleground is not in the DepEd central office, but in our schools. That's the battleground. So many things are happening in our schools beyond the knowledge of DepEd Central. And that's why it's important to have safeguards on the ground, making sure that we know everything that's happening in our schools, but at the same time, empower them and capacitate our teachers and our principals, because it's important also that they know what they're doing, especially with mental health. But we need to make sure that abuses are curbed. Because tama, Senator Tulfo, pag may nangyari, hindi naaabot yan kay Secretary of DepEd. Impossible na yan. Nasa baba lang yan. And most often than not, these things are being left behind or are not being addressed fully. So we have to make sure that we have safeguards also on the ground.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may add, ito po ikikwento ko lang na experience ko na mga sumbong nakarating po sa aking programa. Una, estudyante, binubuli siya ng estudyante. Nagsumbong siya sa kanyang guro. Hindi siya pinansin. Sinabi pumunta sa guidance counselor. And then, yung estudyante na-discourage na. Nagsabi sa magulang tumawag sa school. Magulang pumunta sa school. Supposed to be pinag-ayos. Pinira lang itong bata sa social media. Few days later, nagbigti si estudyante. Just one case. Another case, guro mismo na abuso yung estudyante. Siguro it's about time na magkaroon ng screening, mahigit na screening process, especially doon sa neuropsychiatric evaluation. Because may mga guro, and again, not speaking out of nowhere, I have records to support this. Mga guro na minimolestya ang mga estudyante. Mga guro na niyayayang ang mga estudyante doon sa bahay para i-tutor, tapos pagdating doon, bumolestyahin yung mga bata. I have so many cases like that. Mga guro na hinaharas yung mga estudyante dahil hindi pumapayag yung estudyante doon sa kahilingan ng mga guro na kalaswaan. Ano ginawa ng estudyante? Nagbigti. In fact, I have one case na isinumbong sa akin na yung guro na pinipilit kong masibak, hindi sinibak. Malaman-laman ko, malakas pala siya kay superintendent. Sabi ko, Mr. Chair, bakit yung guro na nireklamo na yung bata na siya minimolestya at hinaharas ng kanyang guro, nandiyan pa yung nagtuturo. Hindi raw po kasi may proseso raw. Sabi ko, papasok yung estudyante, nandiyan si yung guro na molestyador, kita niya, it's to his stress. So, I asked DepEd, I asked the principal, na sibakin man lang o i-transfer man lang sa ibang building pang grade. Hindi raw kasi may proseso. It has to go to the superintendent. So I called up the superintendent and I told the problem. May proseso na naman. Sabi ko, superintendent, at least man lang, transfer sa ibang school. Gaaralan daw. What the heck? Yung estudyante na biktima ng kalaswaan at pang-abuso, pamumulestya ng siguro, nakikita niya everyday yung guro na yun. So hindi siya papasok. Yun po yun. Kasi may tinatawag na nepotism. Siguro po, screen nyo rin yung mga guro nyo. At every now on a regular basis, siguro may evaluation, baka stressed out na ibang guro nyo dyan. Pag stressed out na, then pull out. Pagpahingahin. Diba? Or they need retraining program. Kailangan nilang seminar, etc. We have to take care of the teachers. At the same time, of course, we have to protect the children. Marami po akong karanasan, Mr. Chair, ng pang-abuso. Yung iba, hindi ko na pwedeng banggitin dito dahil sobrang malaswa ang nangyari dun sa mga estudyante na kagagawan po ng mga guro. So doon siguro nagkulang sa assessment, sa screening, sa vetting, yung mga teacher na mag-handle ng mga bata. Usually, yung iba, i-teacher na inaabuso yung mga estudyante. So again, DepEd, it has to start in your department. Diyan talaga nag-umpisa. Diyan po talaga nag-umpisa yung problema. Kung ma-handle niyo po na maayos yung problema, maayos niyo po yung ng mga eskwelahan na maging masaya yung mga guro, then equals to maging masaya mga estudyante. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Binay, go ahead.
Kasi balikan lang natin, parang paulit-ulit sinasabi kanina na yung napakababa ng sweldo at napakaliit ng item for guidance counselor. Nag-exert na ho ba sila ng effort na mag-request sa DBM para palitan yung item for our guidance counselor or babaan yung requirement?
DepEd, you may respond.
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator, Madam Senator, no. I am in possession here of a letter coming from, I think the DBM, relative to the request along that line, sir. Yes, there was an effort on the part of DepEd, Madam Senator, towards this end. And the DBM in principle has agreed, no? Like the proposal was at least to give the guidance counselors, instead of 11, salary grade 11 right now, it will be at least salary grade 13 at the onset.
Magkano ho ba yung salary grade 11?
Salary grade 11 is 27,000, Madam Senator.
And then yung salary grade 13 ho?
Salary grade
13?
I'm going to check, ma'am, yung 13 because the average salary here is 27 to 30,000. Maybe salary grade 13 is 30,000, maybe.
And what was your request?
Our request, ma'am, was salary grade 16 at least, but the DBM said only salary grade 13.
Okay. So ano ho ba? Tinaasan niyo na? So wala na 11, 13 na.
In principle, ma'am, they agreed that it will be at least salary grade 13.
Okay, so ano yung next step? Kasi parang nasabi niya in principle. So how do we actually increase from salary grade 11 to salary grade 13?
There are, from what I have here, ma'am, Madam Senator and the rest of the senators, sir, I'm sorry, I am quite new in the department. So I'm not really quite familiar yet with everything. But as far as I'm concerned, I have here is that there is a sort of a compromise. There will be abolition of some positions to give way to the salary 13 grade.
Meron ho kayong mga positions na aalisin nyo sa plantilla nyo?
Yes, ma'am. It says here the reclassification of 416 guidance counselor and guidance coordinator positions to GSS 1 and GSS 2 items. The abolition of 4,385 vacant guidance counselor and guidance coordinator positions and creation of 3,112 GSS positions. But we will just give you a copy of this, ma'am, as from the DBM of what the DBM actually.
Can you also, kasi parang dun sa rinig ko sa inyo, mababawasan. Di ba parang paulit-ulit nga ho tayo na kulang?
Yes, ma'am. That's why, ma'am, actually sa amin, ma'am, when I, upon hearing this and then upon reading what we have here as a department, meron ho kaming sa BHROD, meron ho kaming comment sa position paper namin, my mind without really removing some of these positions. And I don't know if it's possible. The thing that we're Guidance Associates position could perhaps be the answer to the problem that we have. If we look at it, Guidance Associates are those who are not really guidance counselors because they did not meet all the necessary qualifications of a guidance counselor. So, ang mangyayari ho dyan, sir, ang proposal ho namin, Guidance Associates can come from all the allied sciences so na pwede ho nating masabihin na meron hong connection sa mental health ang training.
Ano lang ho, siguro wag natin ho itali yung guidance counselor sa mental health. Kasi di ba ho, parang mas malawak pa dapat yung scope ng guidance counseling.
Magiging frontline?
Di ba ho?
Sila ho yung, ma'am?
Parang ngayon ho kasi masyado tayo nagpo-focus na ang trabaho ng guidance counselor ay on mental health issues. Kasi di ba kahit wala naman ho kayong mental health issues, sa tingin ko kailangan pa rin ng interaction with the guidance counselor whether or not you have mental health issues.
Agree po, ma'am. Agree po. So, kaya nga po,
And then ano yung implication na just to have more, parang binababaan natin yung quality ng ating guidance counselor. So kahit sabihin nyo na lang kung may, I don't know kung dapat sa inyo magaling yan or maybe from our other resource persons, kung acceptable ba yan na since kasi masyadong mataas yung educational requirement for guidance counselors. Babaan na lang natin para mas madami. So hindi ko alam kung
Can I speak? Yeah.
would that be acceptable?
Opo. Chair, pwede po bang magsalita?
In a while po.
Sige.
Let's finish first the interaction between them and we'll call on you.
Sige
po.
ma'am, ang nakikita ho namin, hindi naman ho papalitan yung guidance counselors. Doon ho talaga yung guidance counselors, pero na parang magiging career progression ho ng mga associates. Yung mga associates ho, sila ho yung frontline. Kasi kulang ho tayo ng guidance counselor sa Pilipinas mismo. Hindi ho kakayanin yung dami ng kailangan ho ng DepEd sa schools. But the creation of these guidance associates will serve as sila ho yung frontline muna. And then if they can handle the problem and by way of the trainings that they have as also mental health practitioners somehow, sila ho muna yung first line of and then wala hong problema na papasok pa rin sa guidance counselor yung issue. Parang lang ho sila, ma'am, sila ho yung parang pinaka-frontline para ma-address ho natin yung kailangan ho sa atin, sa ating frontline, so sa ating number of schools, no, na meron tayo. Ma-address lang ho yun. Meron ho tayong mga trained professionals na pwede yung tumingin sa unang level ng problema. And aside from teachers, so.
Hindi, siguro Mr. Chairman, I don't know kung nandito yung Shed, ilan ho ba na po-produce natin guidance counselors? More or less. In a year.
If I recall it right,
4470.
if I recall it right, Your Honor, what the figure that was given to me is less than 1,000 po.
Less than 1,000 a year? Or 1,000?
In a year, ma'am. In a year, sa board exams,
Yeah,
less than 1,000.
pero yung gumagraduate sa kurso.
Ma'am, yung pinaka-latest daw na result ng guidance counselor exams is only 405.
So, bumaba pa.
So, I'm sorry ma'am kasi hindi ko nakuha yung buo. Pero it's how small the number of guidance counselors are in the country. So, based sa nasabi mo sa akin kahapon nung nagpapabrief ako, even if we put the entire number of guidance counselors in the country, parang hindi ko kayang abutin talaga yung number of nakapangailangan mo ng DepEd pa lang.
Mr. Chairman, siguro, but it's not under your committee. Siguro sa higher ed, maganda din pag-aralan kung bakit nagiging
Agree, madam.
yung napoproduce natin na guidance counselor. Yan lang po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, pwede makasingit.
Go ahead,
Medyo
sir.
mabilis lang po ito. Gusto lang tanungin si Sec Dexter Galban. Ito pong Unistar Lending and Finances Corporation, bakit hindi pa ito napapalaya sa DepEd? Hanggang ngayon po, nangimasok pa rin dyan sa DepEd at nagpapautang sa mga guro. Maraming mga guro na nagugulat na lang sila, Mr. Chair. Nabigyan sila ng application, pinilit sila na hindi naman talaga nila gusto mag-apply. And then, the following month, may bawas na sa kanilang paycheck. Sino ba ang padrino nitong Unistar Lending and Finances Corporation na pag-aari ni Jose Sikia? Si SIYCHA. This is a loan shark company. Bakit di pa ito napapalayas?
Honorable Chair and Senator Tulfo, I currently do not have the details regarding your question, but we will definitely provide you with feedback as soon as we can, and I'll refer to the appropriate strand, particularly more likely, sir, our finance strand.
I remember, Mr. Chair, way back, then Senator Manny Pacquiao, hindi niya nakayanan, lumapit siya sa akin para expose ko sa programa ko itong illegal activities ng Unistar Lending and Finances Corporation. And I thought napalayas na to. Hindi pa pala, hanggang ngayon, namamayagpag pa rin sa DepEd. Nagpapautang sa mga guro na napakataas ng porsyento. Ang masaklap pa, kasi alam ko, di ba may ceiling yan na sa take-home pay ng mga guro? Pag yun yung na-reach na yung ceiling na take-home pay, hindi na dapat pwede bawasan, hindi na dapat sila utangin. Ang nangyari, ito pong Unistar Lending, utang ng pautang sa mga guro, na kahit naman ayaw na umutang ng mga guro at magugulat ng mga guro, kahit hindi sila umutang, dumarating yung cheque. And worse, in some cases, walang cheque dumating, pero pagdating ng paycheck, may kaltas. This has to be addressed. Dito nagkakaroon ng stress yung mga guro na sinasabi ko. Dito nagkakaroon ng mental health issues yung mga guro. Problemado sila, Mr. Chair. Kaya silang take home pay. Ngayon, pag problemado sila, pagdating ng mga classroom, yung kanilang problema, dadalhin nila doon sa classroom at ang maapektuhan yung mga pobre ng mga estudyante. Palayasin nila po itong Unistar Lending and Finances Corporation, please. Please, Mr. Chair, I would like to request from DepEd na mag-submit sa atin ng record na patunay na talagang napalayas na itong Unistar kung hindi pa man. I really need you guys to show me proof na napalayas na ito sa DepEd at wala nang kaugnayan to sa DepEd. Hindi na dapat nakikita ang pagmumukha nitong si Mr. Jose Sikia at yung kanyang mga alipores na mga hudas. Okay? Salamat po.
DepEd, please take note of that. And, sadly, one of the most indebted sectors in our country are the teachers. And a lot of our teachers are highly indebted, and because access to loans became so easy for them, no? And we also, I also heard that there is some connivance between the payroll group of DepEd and also this lending and finance people. So what happened is the collection became embedded in the payroll of our teachers, no? So mabilis magpautang, mabilis ring magkaltas, no? So we'll tackle this. We'll have another session, but that's a very good point, Senator Tulfo. And I've heard so many horror stories about teachers being indebted. In fact, there was a news report that some of the collectors are people, are men.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And I think there were a few teachers who were killed, no, because of
Correct.
they were unable to pay
True.
these lenders. So we'll have a
Guns are being sent to the school. Harassing yung mga teachers na hindi nakakapagbayad. And then the teachers, Mr. Chair, wala na halos take-home pay. Pinapayagan to ng DepEd. Wala na. So what happens kung wala nang take-home pay yung teachers, nagsasideline sila. Yung iba nagtitinda ng tosino, dumidiskarte. Pero paano pa nila magampanan ng kanilang trabaho kung sila ay sila ay nagbebenta ng kung ano, and then half sila ay nagtuturo. Dapat nakakonsentrate na sila sa pagtuturo sa mga estudyante. And worse, problemado sila. Sinabi ko na problemado ang teachers equals to problemado ng estudyante. Yung init ng ulo nila, dahil sila inapi ng DepEd, na ipapasa sa mga estudyante. So again, it goes back to you guys should take good care of your teachers so that the teachers can take good care of the students. As simple as that. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Asa Galban, are you in charge of human resource in your group?
No, sir. I currently represent the operations strand, primarily handling the Bureau of Learner Support Services.
May you can you inform the human resource team to submit to us any contract between lending companies and DepEd insofar as collection is concerned? No? I know meron mga ganyan akong naririnig rin eh. No?
This is duly noted, Senator. I will actually request the Human Resource and Organizational Development team as well as our finance team to furnish you with a response.
Director Osias is in charge of HR.
Yes, sir. We will look if we have this contract, sir, but
So merong ganun. Just,
Oh, yes, yes.
just to pursue
yes.
the questioning of Senator Rafi, are there contracts between DepEd and lending companies? And the agreement is for DepEd to deduct automatically from their payroll.
I will check if there is right now, sir, but I think the best office that can answer probably is either administration or finance because the deduction is in their turf.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Hindi niyo po alam? Ang tagal-tagal na po nangyari yan. Panahon pa po ng dinosaur. Sir, hirap na po itong shark sa mga guro. Pananamantala sa mga guro. Panahon pa ata ni Adam and Eve, meron na ito. Hindi niyo pa rin alam?
What I'm talking about, sir, here is which
Kasi
office can...
tinatanong kami,
Yes, sir.
Senator Win, sabi mo, hindi niyo alam. Wag naman, alam niyo yan. Mga sinasabi ni Secretary, ni Senator Win, na may contract yan between the teachers and itong lending company. Kasi hindi naman automatic na madideduct yan sa sala sa paycheck. Walang kontrata yung DepEd. So yung DepEd nakipagkontrata din doon sa loan sharks. Kasi kung hindi nakipagkontrata ang DepEd sa loan sharks, hindi magkakaroon ng automatic deduction sa kanilang paycheck sa mga teachers. Am I right?
So, yes, sir. I agree with you that problem exists.
And don't tell me you don't know that. Again, sinabi ko, panahon pa ni Adam and Eve, panahon pa tanong, hindi pa pinanganak yung mundo. Hindi pa nagkaroon evolution. I'm just being sarcastic here, kaysa naman magalit tayong lahat. Nagpapatid na lang po ako.
Mr.
Sir,
Chair, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead before I recognize
Yes.
because you were
Yes, sir.
answering. the-
What I'm referring to, sir, is the existence of the contract. I don't think my office has the contracts, if ever there is any. It is either in the finance strand or in the
Okay.
admin strand. Because they're the
Chair.
ones who deduct.
Okay, Mr. Chair, sige. I appreciate that. Nasabi mo, hindi ka aware dun sa contract. What is your position, Director Osias, sa DepEd?
I am the director of the Bureau of Human Resources.
Human Resources, how long you been in your position?
About 8 days.
8 days. Okay, I'm not gonna blame you then. 8 days. Okay. Sige, 8 days. All right. I rest my case, Mr. Chair. This lang pala. Kasi kung sinabi mo 8 years, habang batikusan natin dito. Okay, sige. Exempted ka muna. Thank you.
Senator Binay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, baka nga mas maigi in the next hearing, i-invite na natin si Admin and Finance na matagal na dun sa ahensya para hindi, kasi alam naman nga natin dahil maraming bago ngayon sa DepEd, siguro mas maganda in the next hearing, invite natin yung talagang kumbaga matagal na nandun para mas masasagot nila yung mga tanong lalong-lalo na ni Senator Tulfo.
Thank you, Senator Binay. And we're directing DepEd to submit to us those contracts. Ako rin, alam ko meron yan. When I was a local government official, the teachers will tell me. No, kaya alam ko meron yan. No, and I know for a fact that these lending companies, mahirap kasi kumolekta sa teachers directly. Pero DepEd mabilis kumolekta because kayo nagpapasweldo obviously. No, so I know that there are existing, well, there were contracts before between lending companies and DepEd, and DepEd is tasked to collect payments, interest, maybe amortizations from the teachers. Now, whether those contracts are still alive or not, I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure. So just inform us, just submit to us if there are contracts existing, and that will be a subject of another hearing later on. And that's a very important subject because we don't want our teachers to sink in debts, no? Because that's also part of mental health. No? I mean, the most grave mental health source is probably paying your debts. No? So we want to look into that also as part of the committee's goal of strengthening mental health in our schools, no? Including teachers and non-teaching staff. No?
Exactly. Now, last, Mr. Chair, i-fill up na po yung mga unfilled positions. We know that marami mga unfilled positions dyan na inaantay lang po na gumaduate yung mga kamag-anakan ni na Poncio Pilato, nila Herodes sa DepEd. Please, and then bring in new blood. Appreciate those teachers na mga veterano na sa kanilang posisyon, marami na silang experience, of course. Okay yun. Pero kung minsan, bigyan natin pagkakataon yung mga bago. Fresh blood who can contribute, who are aggressive, who knows a lot about teaching, who are very qualified. Yung nepotism po, alisin na natin. Marami pong unfilled positions. May I ask how many unfilled positions para sa mga teachers ngayon sa DepEd? Ilan po kaya?
I have the guidance counselor, sir, but I will ask right now.
Kasi ang sunod kong sagot dyan, Mr. Chair, kung ilan yung karami yung unfilled positions, ganun din karami yung mga kamag-anakan ng mga taga-DepEd na hinihintay pa mag-graduate o makapasa sa civil service exam. Ito po yan. Alam niyo yan. No, you know that. Huwag na tayo maglokohan dito. Alam niyo yun. There's such thing as nepotism. Yung number 5 sa selection process para mapasok yung isang guro sa isang posisyon. Kalahin mo, ang nanalo si number 5. And then gumagawa sila ng reason kung bakit si number 5 ang napili. If you look at it, study it carefully, it was nepotism at work. Let's stop that. Kasi po, linisin po natin yung mga patakaran dyan sa DepEd kasi ang tinuturuan po ninyo, mga estudyante. Kayo po naghihimok ng kaisipan ng mga kabataan. Pero nag-i-start po sa inyo yung kalokohan at may papasa ng estudyante. Ito po estudyante, paglaki, maging makuloko din. Di ba? Yung mga estudyante na kinikikila, I'm sorry for the word, pero yan po ito nakikita ko exact word na pwede kong magamit. Kinikikila ng mga guro dahil hindi po na sila nabigyan ng MOE. So itong mga estudyante na exposed sa pangingikil, when they grow up, naging mga police o naging mga government official, mangingikil din yan. Ito, napag-processa. Di ba, sir? You agree? Yun yun eh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir, can I make a remark?
Thank
along
you.
that line?
Go ahead, Director Cias.
Yes, sir. From what I know, we have already rolled out our new MSP, which has been approved by the Civil Service. So under this MSP, the new MSP, Merit and Selection Program or Plan of the DepEd, there is also already an IRR, and I think it is already very much specified there how the hiring process will be done. So I guess, sir, with this rollout, I think the last one is tomorrow, I think Palawan. Yun na lang ho yung last na na area na i-roll out siya, tapos implementation na ho talaga. And I think by February magsisimula na ho talaga yung MSP na bago. And that could probably address sir yung mga concerns. Yun na ho.
And how about yung sick leave? Yan ba, does it need legislation o pwedeng kayo na dyan sa DepEd labas ng memorandum order na mabigyan ng sick leave ang mga guro? Wala silang sick leave ngayon, Mr. Chair. Wala. If the teacher, wala talaga. Pag yung guro nagkasakit,
Standard benefit.
kailangan kang pumasok kung gusto mo bayaran. Dahil kung hindi ka papasok, wala kang bayad. Kaya yung ibang teachers, kahit na may sakit, Mr. Chair, mapasok yan sila. Lalo yung mga guro, may lubog sa utang. Kahit na may trangkaso, pinipilit. At dating ng school, nahawaan din yung mga estudyante ng trangkaso nila. Again, nagkakaroon tayo ng mental health issue. So, yan provide by through legislation, pwede na may mga order na magkaroon ng sick leave ang mga guro natin.
Sir, I will check on the legislation, but I was talking to a certain group in the DepEd the other day. I think it was the group advocating NAYAP, and we were talking about the leaves of teachers. And they informed me that the teachers are not given leave during the school year, but they have this summer.
I know.
That's it. No?
Exactly, summer. Kaya naman, ba't sila pupunta sa school, magtuturo, wala yung mga estudyante. So, nangyari kasi, Mr. Chair, kasi pag yung vacation time ng mga estudyante, so, ilang araw yung mga teacher ay yung consider na bakasyon, and then doon ikinakarga yung sick leave. Kapag yung mga teacher, halimbawa, nag-serve during election, okay, naki-credit yun. Service credit. E paano halimbawa yung teacher, for whatever reason, halimbawa nagkasakit siya, yung election time at hindi siya nakapag-serve. So, wala siya na-accumulate na sick leave. Kapag siya yung nagkasakit, talagang may sakit at kailangan niyang magpahinga, hindi siya papayagan. Kung gusto niya, bawas sweldo. Pang-api sa mga guro yan. Now, pag inapi yung mga guro, ito mga guro, there's the possibility na api nila yung kanilang mga estudyante. So again, it goes back to what I said earlier, happy teacher, happy students. Problematic teachers, problematic students. Take good care of your teachers so that these teachers again can do their job well and take good care of the students. Yun lang po yun.
Go ahead, Director Nanette.
Good morning again, Senator Raffy and Senator Win. Yung ano po, yung sa service credits ng teacher, within the year, pwedeng mag-accumulate yung teacher ng 15 maximum days or minsan sumusobra pa siya pag nag-duty siya sa election, sa mga trainings during Saturdays and Sundays or sa brigada eskwela or any other concerns na labas doon sa kanilang trabaho bilang teacher. And yung mga na-earn nilang service credits, yun po yung pwede nilang i-offset as pag nag-sick leave sila. Pwede naman po silang mag-sick leave anytime within the school year. Yun nga lang, gagamitin nila yung na-earn nilang service credits po.
Kaya nga po, paano kung wala po na-earn? Kaya
Po?
paano po kung hindi siya nag-participate sa election time na
Sir, marami po ang opportunities ng teacher para po maka-earn ng service credits. Kasi even yung attendance nila sa trainings during Saturdays, binibigyan po sila niyan ng mga service credits. Basically po, wala pong teacher na wala pong service credits po.
Well, pero ma'am, they really deserve a sick leave. Benefits
Yes,
po
po,
yan eh.
Sir, ako
Sick
po
leave
ay
is-
teacher
sick
din
leave
po.
is sick leave.
Kaya I know.
Huwag po natin yung parang pasapasahan.
Opo.
Di ba? Sick leave is sick leave. Ibigay sa kanila. What's
Yes.
due?
Sir, ako po ay
Yeah.
isang teacher. Galing po ako sa baba. Teacher po ako bago po ako umakyat ng central office. Actually,
O, kilala niyo yung superintendent nyo?
yes po.
Kamag-anak niyo po?
Hindi po.
Okay.
Ay isang Sir, ako po ay isang patunay na sir, with all due respect, ako po ay isang patunay na buhay po yung merit and selection process ngayon sa panahon ni VP because ako po ay isang ordinaryong teacher, principal po. At naakyat po ako, 20 days pa lang ako sa aking position ngayon. So,
Sure kaya wala kang kaibigan na
hindi ko po siya kilala eh.
superintendent?
Wala po.
Okay. Hindi nyo kaibigan si ASEC?
Hindi rin po. Actually, probinsyana po ako, sir. Kaya wala po akong kilala.
Ma'am, joke lamang.
Opo.
Joke lamang. I know you rose from the rank.
Thank you po.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. And I think that's a good topic also because we're in the midst of updating the Magna Carta for public school teachers. No, and we're looking at all the benefits, no, that should be accorded to our teachers. No? So you made a very good point, and we'll make sure that we include those pointers in the new Magna Carta. We're updating the Magna Carta.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, isa na lang naalala ko. Isang case, I think dalawang kaso na ito, na yung teacher, naputulan siya ng isang paa. Naputulan siya isang paa. Now, gusto niyang magpahinga na at kuha ng benefits sa GSIS. At kung babasahin mo yung rule doon sa GSIS, partial lang yung disability niya. Kailangan putulin pa niya isang paa para complete disability. Totoo po yan. It happened. Akalain mo, putulin isang paa, sabi ni GSIS, this is a different topic. Siguro patawag natin GSIS later. Kawawa yung pobreng guro. After makapagtulong for so many years, talagang dedicated sa kanyang job, wala siyang absent ni isa. Kahit na may sakit, pumapasok siya. I know the history of this gentleman. Later on siguro, pwede kong tawagin siya rito. Dala natin from the province. Ngayon, nung kausap ko yung DepEd, yung GSIS, base sa kanyang panalita, putulin kaliwa mo para gusto magkaroon ng full disability benefits, putulin mo pa yung kanan mo. Sabi ko doon sa GSS, bastos ka, wala kang galang. Hindi nga. That has to be addressed. Wala naman yung mga guro. Hindi po ba? Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Binay.
Hindi. Gusto ko lang patanong sa DepEd kung meron na ba silang pag-aaral kung ano ba talaga yung, let's say, top 5 mental health issues ng ating mga estudyante at pati na rin ng ating mga guro. May ganong study na ba?
Senator Binay, that's actually one of our areas of concern, and that's one of the things that we will be focusing on, gathering data. Because given the lack of manpower in the field and the previous non-existence of supplementary special provision budgets exclusively for mental health, we have limited data regarding that. And moving forward, we hope to have that and establish it as a baseline so we can also monitor year on year what is the improvement when it comes to the mental health and well-being of our learners, because we do feel that there is an impact in terms of how they perform academically in terms of the absence of sufficient mental health services.
Okay. Siguro, Mr. Chairman, meron ba tayong other resource person that could provide the committee data kung ano yung top mental health issues ng ating mga kabataan ngayon?
Yeah. May I, po?
Yes, Dr. Hobson.
Thank you po. Thank
Just
you
to
po.
answer the query of Senator B.
Yeah, on behalf of PGCA, maraming salamat po. No, so in the study of UP po, no, okay, that close to 1 in 5 Filipino youth aged 15 to 24 have considered ending their life. No, so this is coming from the study of the 2021 Young Adult Fertility Sexuality Study. So ibig sabihin po, imagine niyo 1 in 5 Filipino youth, no, ang meron pong suicidal thought. In the Asia Pacific study po, ang number one problem po ng ating mga kabataan, especially the adolescents, especially in DepEd, no, is what we call depression. Number 2 is anxiety disorder. And then I'm a practicing counselor din po, no, in the private school. And sa amin po, kung makikita nyo, with the thousands of students that we have, we even have an average of 250 to 300 diagnosed students. So hindi na po ito mental concern lang. Marami po talaga tayong may diagnosis. And this is definitely an integrative approach. So we need counselors for assessment and really not only a one-time, big-time na seminar po ng mga mental health programs, but really sustainable programs that are promotive, preventive, and intervention. And kasama ko po yung ating Philippine Psychological Association. Kaya po hinahanap din po namin yung referral system. Kasi po dito sa Pilipinas, we only have 500 psychiatrists in the country. So imagine that. We have 4,000 plus no, na licensed counselor. And then ang psychologist po ay iilan lang din. No? 1,500, and then the psychiatrists are 500. So ngayon po, Kung tinatanong kanina, no, yung regarding po dun sa bakit walang mga counselors, mataas ang qualification, pero mababa ang sweldo. In the SAYAN qualifications framework, at meron din po kaming SAYAN counseling network, ang isa pong minimum requirement po ng counselor, even Indonesians, even Singaporeans, or MA po, no? Kasi po, in the SAYAN qualifications framework, ay level 7. And in the Philippine qualifications framework, so in the internationalization requirement that we have, isa pong counselor ay mahawak no, ng buhay ng isang tao. At nung ako po ay 19 years old, ako po ay nag-graduate ng 19 years old, nandito po yung boss ko, no? So 19 po ako, no, counselor ako. Imagine that, ang isang subject ko lang ay isang guidance and counseling sa bachelor's degree in psychology at si Dr. Vance ang professor ko. Isa lang po ang subject ko sa guidance and counseling. Imagine that, no? I was assigned in one of the biggest universities in the country. Imagine niyo, umarap sa amin ay puro suicidal. And I was assigned in one of the difficult, no, programs that we have in the arts and philosophy. So napakarami po talaga. So imagine niyo na kailangan po natin ng technicalities, ng competencies ng isang mature na counselor to really handle life at hindi pwedeng makipagkabangkadahan lang. Nandito na rin po ang DepEd, ang DBM. Maraming salamat po and all our senators. Na nag-a-apply po ako ng isang ordinaryong counselor, hindi po ordinaryo. It really entails competencies, it entails maturity, no? And it even entails evidence-based programs. So yun po. So kaya po hindi po siya attractive. Kailangan mabuhay ng isang Pinoy. I'm also an ordinary counselor. And sa pribadong sektor, natutugunan ng mga pangangailangan namin. So why not in the public?
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? This can be directed to Dr. Sheila or Dr. Nino. How would you address this rampant problem ngayon, the students na sobrang exposure nila sa social media? Marami sa mga estudyante, wala nang ginawa, hindi na kumakain, hindi na nag-aaral dahil nalulong na sa social media o dili kaya yung sa video gaming. Yun po isa sa mga ilan kung bakit marami mga estudyante naging suicidal, nadidepress. How would you address this?
Yeah, actually po, ang ginagawa po namin is nagkakaroon kami ng needs assessment and even environmental scanning, and we have psychological testing. Yan po yung competencies ng mga counselors. At pag nakita po namin yung pangangailangan ng mga tao, design po kami based on the gap, no, ng mga implication program, kung ano po yung mga senyales. And of course, definitely, we have a very active partnership with the family. Okay? Sa pag-prevent po ng mga problemang ito, because we all know that internet addiction, gaming addiction was declared in 2018 by the WHO as a mental health disorder. So ito po ay parang nag-aalaga ka rin ng isang drug addict. Kaya seryoso po ang mga problema ng mga bata sa ating mga eskwelahan at sa ating komunidad.
Okay, what happens if the student hindi siya nakikinig doon sa kanyang mga magulang? Pinapayuhan siya na huwag ka na maglaro ng video game, pumasok ka na pero nagtatrang ka sa kwarto, ay na lumabas. So, anong klaseng approach po ang gagawin?
Ang ginagawa po namin is, of course, nire-refer po ng mga magulang yan, kina-counsel po namin at nagkakaroon kami ng psychological assessment. And we are very fortunate in our university. I came from a private school na meron po kaming psychology clinic. So after the assessment, if there are high risk, meron po kaming libre na psychology clinic sa loob at sila po ay nagkakaroon ng psychotherapy. At kung ito naman po talaga ay kailangan ng tugon ng pharmacology or ng gamot, meron po kami mga accredited psychiatrists at partner psychiatrists. Kaya po, malaki po ang role ng guidance counselor, partnership with the psychometrician, with the psychologist, and even our psychiatrists. At natutugunan po yan sa pribadong eskwelahan.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Binay, go ahead.
Siguro maganda din malaman magkano ho ba yung sweldo sa private schools compared to public schools ng ating mga guidance counselor.
Yeah, actually po, sa amin po, no, in one of the private universities, kami po ay rumarango depende po kasi sa ranking yan. So ang minimum requirement po namin is master's degree and 3 years of experience. So kami po ay pumapatak usually ng mga 30 to 35,000 at pwede pong mag-start ang isang licensed counselor ng 70,000 to 80,000 dito po sa Pilipinas.
And ano ho yung position nyo dun?
Okay.
Ano ho yung position nyo dun sa plano ng DepEd na para mag-hire?
Sa akin, kulang pa rin.
Ito po, nandito po yung aking Vice President, Senator. At nandito po yung proposal namin at nag-submit din po kami. So nandiyan po si Sir Francis. So, pwede po bang mabigyan siya ng pagkakataon na ilagay po yung bullet lang po ng mga proposal namin. Maikling-maikli lang po siya. Pati po yung sa salary grade, no?
Sige po, go ahead.
Thank you.
Senator,
Sir Francis, siya po yung Vice President namin.
Sir Francis, saan ba siya?
Subong.
Sa baba, ito.
There, Stupong. Go ahead.
Ayan. So kindly summarize lang, Sir Francis.
Yes, siguro ito po yung let me share my screen po. Ayan. Okay. Sorry, we have prepared we have prepared actually a comprehensive discussion, but siguro to answer the concerns ng guidance counselors, ito po yung 3 points na dapat makita natin sa hearing na ito. First is the career development and progression. The structure follows function and identity of the professional guidance counselor. So, kanina, I think na-discuss naman it's an attractive. Wala po tayo sa posisyon kanina, sabi ni ASEC Dexter is that kulang po ng human resources sa field, which is correct. However, even though nakulang tayo, I think it's how about utilization?
Salamat.
So data, if natap lang po sana yung ating guidance counselors, especially with the previous leadership, I think we can gather data. Ito po yung usual kasi with the DepEd and even with the SUCs. Ito lang po yung in-offer or ito po yung fina-follow natin sa DepEd. So the guidance counselor items, which is salary grade 11, 12, 13. However, if we stick on the book of the DBM, hindi po tayo makaka-create ng guidance coordinator item if wala tayong 7 guidance counselors under Sakay coordinator. Now, upon sa aming re-research, the root causes ng problemang ito, especially sa DepEd, they are problema din sila because from the DBM side, we still have this old 1997 DEX DBM organizational and staffing standards. And we have the 2007 DBM position classification manual, which yung pagtingin sa guidance counselors are still part of teaching and hindi po updated yung kanilang manual, even though in 2004 nag-create or na-enact po ang RA 9258. If you could see po, yung hinihingi ni guidance counselor is career progression. Salary is there, but we need career progression. If you could see among professions in education settings, hanggang SG16 lang by paper, but in reality, hanggang SG13 lang yung mararating ng isang guidance counselor. Also, to be ako po ay isang DepEd teacher po. Nasa DepEd po ako, even though I'm the vice president. I'm on leave. I'm a master teacher 1. One of my reasons bakit ako nag-shift into teaching position is that I don't have career progression. And it's very ironic na yung guidance counselor is a career specialist and mental health professionals but walang career progression.
Yeah, totoo.
If tingnan natin yung guidance counselors, ibangga natin with other professions, with master's degree education equivalent, ito po. Kasama po namin dyan yung psychologists,
Dapat
yung
sa
ating
ibang sa medical officer
AFP,
tsaka
actually,
lawyer. Kasi
they're
master's
posting
degree
the
sila.
hiring of psychologists, but
Kaya
it's
we are
only
starting on
psychologist
the
one.
SG16
So hanggang
namin
psychologist 3 sila. So walang career
hanggang
progression
26
for
kami.
guidance counselors and even for psychologists. Now, what we are
Oo,
asking
kailangan magkaroon
actually
ng career
is
progression.
we shift
Ayan.
from guidance counselor items to to guidance services specialists.
Specialist, yeah.
Ang DepEd po noong 2001 ay nagpadala po ng request sa DBM na i-abolish and i-convert yung lahat na guidance counselor items into guidance services specialists.
Yeah, kasi
And the DBM replied in,
GSS
I think, June of 2022 denying the request of DepEd on that. So ito po yung hinihingi namin because these guidance services specialist items do exist.
Kaya hindi
Nandyan po
namin
siya sa
ina-agree tong
DBM
bill na ito.
iOS. Ito po ang fina-follow or merong items tayo in the UP system, the MSU, University of Makati, Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, the Philippine High School for the Arts, the NIS,
Yes,
even the
GSS,
central office. Then we have actually a case in Region 7 way back in 2015 or 16 na then RD Heruta nag-request po sa DBM Region 7 to convert I think 2 or 3 guidance counselor items into guidance services specialists. So it happens or it happened. So for the past years yun po yung tinitingnan namin bakit hindi implement via administrative action. Actually yun po yung hinihingi namin. So right now with yung sinasabi ni Doc Sheikh, we are proposing actually to maipantay, for example, yung guidance counselor. Sa side po ng ating mga psychologists, I think they could speak for themselves. But with the initial plan, especially in SB 379, and titingnan din natin yung parallel version in the Senate, in the House, which I hope later this afternoon will be approved on the third reading. In the House version, actually, the provision there is yung psychologist also will start as SG16. Now, actually, what we are begging also and for consideration ng ating Senate is mapantay din po na yung entry level both of guidance counselors and ating psychologists will start at SG16. But for the side of guidance counselors, we are proposing from within the guidance services specialist, ito po yung new track because we have to consider the specialization, we have to consider the complexity of concerns ng ating clients. Of course, some of the counselors are already having their PhDs and the research and of course, again, the specialization. May I forward, ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina na letter request of DepEd to DBM. So it was sent po ng ating DepEd. Kumbaga, naniwala na sila and they've seen the importance of guidance counselor. That is why they have sent a letter. But the buck, I think, stops with the DBM, why they have returned and in a sense parang hindi yung request ng DBM, ng DepEd. I think I'm done with my presentation po, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know a lot of our source persons are raising their hands. Before we continue, let me ask Senator Binay if she has any follow-up questions.
Mr. Chair, siguro maganda kasi di ba meron sa mga sinight na mga schools. Doon sa mga schools na to, filled up kaya yung positions for guidance?
Lately po, as pagre-research ko via the CSC job opportunities website, actually wala nang guidance services specialist po, Senator. I think it's filled up agad-agad because it's of the higher salary grade compared with the guidance counselor 1 or 2. If we look sa CSC website, yung natira ngayon is the guidance services associate, which is a lower item, which is nandyan po sa ating Philippine Science High School. I've heard sa mga kasamahan namin sa Philippine Science High School, they are also looking into na ma-upgrade yung kanilang positions from the associate to specialist na.
Okay. Thank you. Siguro, Mr. Chairman, baka kahit wala pang committee report yung Committee on Basic Ed, baka the committee can write DBM to support yung ganitong changes dun sa classification ng ating guidance counselors. Yan lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Binay. Senator Rafi, any question?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Binay, Senator Rafi. We'll take note of your suggestion. In fact, Senator Binay is correct, no? There are low-hanging fruits that we can already implement. And kung ayaw ho talaga ng DBM, alam ko, best friend ho yan ni Senator Rafi, ang DBM. We will implement by law. No? Because if it's by law, then no choice sila. They have to implement it. No? So, but we need to discuss that in the hearing, no, so that we can rationalize our recommendation, especially through the committee report on why we increase the salary grades, come up with a career progression. I'm actually conferring with my staff if it's wise to come up with a legislated career progression. Ang maganda doon, if it's legislated, then they'll implement it. The downside is you cannot change it. No? So there's also pros and cons. So we have to study that carefully. But we can always put the starting point. I've seen that in many laws. Yung minimum standard nandoon, and we leave DepEd to come up with a career progression. No? We authorize them or we mandate them to come up with a career progression. So it's flexible. No? Because in the future, you might, kagaya ng teacher, is it teacher 4? No? Diba yung teacher 4, it was newly created, no? Teacher 4, 5, 6, no? So it's all administrative creation. It's not by law. But the point there, it's the flexibility is there. If you want to create teacher 7, teacher 8, bahala na kayo depending on what you see, no? So that's the essence of giving the DepEd that flexibility to create other positions. So that's another option that we're thinking. But the starting point, we can put the starting point na. No?
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Chair, huli na lamang, pwede ba ako mag-request, Mr. Chair, maybe from ASEC Galban or Director Osayas, doon po sa MOOE, magkano ba ang natatanggap na MOOE ng isang eskwelahan? At kung masagot niyo po sa akin yan, may nasabi kayong amount, then I want you to submit to us, to this committee, documents na talagang natanggap ng eskwelahan na yun, yung MOE. It was received properly and it should be signed by whoever in that school who received the MOE. Kasi more often than not, hindi po nila tatanggap talaga. Totoo po yan. Yan talaga ang palaging problema ng mga guro, Mr. Chair. Hindi natatanggap dahil may nagbubulsa sa DepEd. Si superintendent nang bubulsa. Si principal nang bubulsa. Pagdating kay guro, wala na. So, kailangan po ma-address yan. So, can you show us documents na para masiguro nang tatanggap yung MOE ng ating mga guro? Magkano ba yung MOE? Magbigay ko kayo ng example sa isang eskwelahan. Magkano ba? Does it cover really yung pangangailangan para sa maintenance, janitorial, security, bili po ng mga improvements sa school? How much po? Do you know, ASEC Galban? O siguro si Dr. Nanette, siguro sabi mo dati kang guro. Do you know? Siguro kayo pa may experience kayo nun na hindi nyo natanggap yung MOE, ano? Na binusa.
Natanggap ko po.
Swerte nyo, swerte po kayo.
Opo, ang formula po kasi sir ay na multiply yan sa number of learners and teachers. Wala po akong saktong figure na alam ngayon, pero doon na determine kung magkano ang ida-download na pera ng DepEd sa mga schools for the MOOE. Enough to cover utilities and other operating expenses.
So yung computation sa number of students
Yes.
and then the size of the school.
Yes.
But the teachers informed about that?
Ah,
Are they well informed na because you have this such number of students in your school and ito yung laki ng inyong eskwelahan, kaya ito yung MOE niya. Dapat lahat ng guro alam yan.
yes po.
Para pagdating sa oras na nagkulang, sasabihin ng mga guro kay principal, kay superintendent, hey, at sabi rito, ang MOE namin dapat na namin halimbawa 100,000, ay natanggap lang pala 50,000, nasaan yung 50? So meron silang pwedeng babalikan.
Meron po, sir. Aware. I can only speak for my school before.
Aware.
Yeah, aware. And then, kasama po yung mga guro sa pag-prepare ng work and financial plan for the school. That's why alam nila kung saan mapupunta yung mga MOOE na nare-receive nila po.
Kasi alam mo, Asik Galban, sa maraming pagkakataon na hindi po nabibigay yung MOE, yung mga teachers pumupunta po sa LGU. Pumunta sa LGU, nagkakautang na loob yung mga teachers doon sa mga local government officials. At pagdating ng eleksyon, bayad utang, siguro, God knows kung ano niya pwedeng gawin para matulungan, mabayaran yung utang na loob kay politician. But anyway, that's besides the point. Yung sa akin, dapat mabigay po talaga yung MOE. Halimbawa sa janitorial, security, di ba meron po yan? Eh bakit po yung mga estudyante ang nagbabayad? Sinisingil po sa mga estudyante. Yung mga estudyante pupunta po sa akin. Yung pambili ng chalk, eraser. Di po ba? Electric fan. Yan, yung walang kamatayang electric fan. Every year, humihingi po ng budget para sa electric fan yung mga guro. Sa PTA, please, usapin niyo po yung, kasi ang nangyayari po, Mr. Chair, sasabihin lang guro na it was authorized by the PTA. Wala kaming kinalaman yan. Hugas kamay, mga guro. PTA. Yung presidente ng PTA planted. Hindi ko naman sisising guro. Bakit nagawa nyo na yun? Eh dahil nga wala silang MOE. So, para-paraan lang yan. Dumidiskarte yung mga guro. It goes back again to corruption sa level ng DepEd at sa mga superintendent. Di po ba? Sometimes the principal. Pasintari po sa mga superintendent principal, pero I'm talking about what is really happening right now. What do you say? What can you say, Asik Galban, tungkol doon sa MOE na hindi natatanggap at kinakarga po sa mga estudyante ng mga guro kasi hindi natanggap yung MOE para sa kanilang paaralan? Ano pong reaction yun, Asik Galban?
Senator, I believe that is an area of concern. Particularly, the department will definitely exert effort to ensure that the MOE that is due to the school is provided, and we will be taking note of your request and will be requesting the finance strand and possibly with the assistance of our human resources strand to furnish you with a report with reference to the distribution, the downloading of the MOE.
Okay, please investigate, Mr. Galban, and then I need to know kung meron na bang na huli ninyo at nakasuhan because it's been going on for a long, long time, yung hindi pagbigay ng MOE. Gusto ko po dapat meron na kayo nasampulan kasi very rampant po yan. Dahil kapag hindi po rampant yan, hindi na ho sana repressure ng mga guro, mga estudyante na mag-contribute. Kasi kung minsan, nakakaya naman yung mga estudyante, hindi sila makapag-exam hanggang hindi nakapagbigay ng contribution na sinet ng TA na sa likod ay mga guro din. Na dahil yung mga guro hindi nakatanggap ng MOE. So, again to the DepEd. Lahat talaga DepEd. Diba? At and to think na kayang may pinakamalaking budget. So, wala akong problema na kayo po magkaroon ng malaking budget kasi kailangan talaga yan para sa edukasyon ng ating mga kabataan. Pero take good care of that money. So again, wala ko kayong alam. Iimbestigan nyo pa lamang po. How long have you been with DepEd, sir?
Roughly 6 months, sir.
Exempted na naman to. Exempted. 6 months. Yung isa, 8 days, 6 months. Exempted na lang. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Binay, go ahead.
Kasi baka hindi mo lang nakikita, si Dr. Carandang has been raising her hand kanina pa. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go by order. Let's start first with Director Agnes, and then si Chairman Lizada, and then si Dr. Carandang. Chairman Agnes, Director Agnes, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Honors. I am Maria Claudette Alvarez Agnes, a licensed psychologist and currently the Assistant Dean of the College of Science, University of Santo Tomas. I am representing the academe in this forum, being the chairman of the CHED Technical Panel of Psychology Program in the Philippines. At the same time, representing the Professional Regulation Commission, Continuing Professional Development Council of the Academe. My comment on Senate Bill 379 sponsored by Senator Gatchalian is number one, who are the stakeholders in the promotion and delivery of mental health services in the basic education?
Are you asking me? I'm the chairman po, so I should be the one asking questions.
Yes, sir. And regarding that,
Go ahead, Bo. You can just comment you can just state your issues with the bill, and then we'll take note po.
Apo. Because the bill, it seems that we're focusing more on the guidance counselors only. And secondly, we have the Philippine Mental Health Law. And it's a very good law that is already existing. And right now, in the Philippine Mental Health Law, in Chapter 5, Section 24, there is the integration of mental health in basic services. And if we're talking of the basic education, so that also covers the Philippine Mental Health Law already. So, for example, there is a proposal in the creation of centers in different schools. And perhaps here, we already have the guidance counselor. And I do believe that to promote the mental health services in the basic education, we have to have holistic approach. We can have a multidisciplinary approach wherein we can tap the psychologists. We have also the psychiatrists and the nurses to promote really the mental health services in the basic education. And another one here is that the management of good mental health should be a multidisciplinary approach. And I do assume that you have to consider this concern, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Doctora. We'll take note of your suggestions, and feel free to submit to us a position paper po regarding that, no? Regarding all of your concerns, so that we can address them through the technical working group.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Chairman Lisada.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, Chair. Commissioner po ako, ang chair po namin si Chair Carlo. Good morning po. Thank you for having us. Chair, can you hear me?
Let's go ahead, Chairman. Commissioner, sorry.
Thank you, Senator. Magandang umaga po, Senator Binay, Senator Tulfo. Chair, I'd just like to address first some issues raised by the other attendees po, no? Thank you, Sir Francis Ray of PGCA. Tama ho yung sinasabi niya, Chair. It's high time, we have raised this as well in other committee hearings, it's high time that we review the Index of Occupational Services or the IOS. Meron pa rin ho tayong bookbinder ngayon, meron na ho tayong Cybercrime Act, pero wala ho tayong Cybersecurity Officer. I think it's high time that we review the IOS in consideration po sa proposal ng PGCA. Regarding the Merit Selection Plan or the MSP mentioned by the DepEd, may comments po ang CSE-NCR, you might want to coordinate with CSE-NCR. As for the sick leave po na raised po ni Senator Tulfo, in-house bill po filed by Congressman Castro in 2020, the Civil Service Commission has submitted our position paper supporting the grant of special leave po sa mga teachers. Now, going back to the topic at hand, which is Senate Bill 379. Actually, Senator, nagpapasalamat ako for this initiative. PRC has invited us on several occasions to discuss a similar situation, which was raised by kanina po by Sir Francis, yung mga psychologists po, for the entire bureaucracy naman po, not only for education. But we welcome this initiative. We confirm po the low entry for the salary grade, for the entry level of salary grade 11, which even requires a master's degree. To confirm this position of guidance counselor, as confirmed by Job Street a few minutes ago, nasa top 5 po ang listahan, ang position ng guidance counselor that needs to be filled up by the government. Wala hong takers. Every year we have a government online career fair. Yun ho ang maraming lumalabas na kinakailangan hong i-fill up pero wala hong takers dahil ho mababa yung sweldo. Sa amin ho, we consider this as a dearth position or mahirap hanapin kasi walang nag-a-apply. Para mas maintindihan ho ng mga kasamahan natin, kung may sakit ho sa ulo, you take a certain tablet. Kung masakit yung tiyan mo, may gamot. But for mental health, it's another concern. Hindi ho natin nakikita kaagad. But there are red flags. Who assesses the red flags? The timely assessment, the evaluation, who sees them? In CSE, Chair, we have generic positions that covers admin tasks. So example, if you give a certain title, it covers certain tasks. So what I see in a quick brief reading po nung SB 379, there is a generic position which is the guidance associate, which is somehow similar to a generic position kasi marami siyang mga at iba-ibang facets po, no? But I'd like to raise po, no, Chair, if we want to immediately remedy this, may batas ho na Republic Act 10533, an act enhancing the Philippine basic education system by strengthening its curriculum and increasing the number of years for basic education, which is known as the K-12 or Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. We are constrained, CSE is constrained to, unfortunately, we do not approve temporary appointments kasi pwede ho kami mag-grant ng temporary appointment. Ano ho ang temporary appointment? Ang temporary appointment ay binibigay sa teachers kasi kulang po ho ang kanilang eligibility. So may period ho sila na binibigay and pero ho ang appointments dito ng teachers ay under this law, pwede po if unlicensed, kahit unlicensed po sila. So automatic, the appointments for the guidance counselors will be disapproved by our field offices because the grant of allowing to hire teachers na unlicensed is not given to Section 9 of RA 10533. Chair, I raised this to Attorney Cajenta a few minutes ago. To immediately address this concern, we would like to put forward this proposal for the consideration of the committee. As we consider this matter as very important, time is of the essence. After discussing with our policy office, Congress can immediately remedy this by aligning sections 8 and 9 po, Chair, allowing the hiring of non-licensed GC in the absence of registered and qualified guidance counselor under RA 10533 and give them like what we gave the teachers 5 years po ang nakalagay dito, 5 years to comply with their license. So if we were to read section 8 of 10533, hiring of graduates of science, mathematics, statistics, engineering, and other specialists in subjects with a shortage of applicants. Dito ho, allowed to hire. But if you read, due to Section 8, allowed po kami, CSE, to issue provisional appointments and CSE to teachers for 5 years. Pero sa Section 9 po, Chair, wala ho yung provision to hire. Ang nakalagay ho sa Section 9, career guidance and counseling advocacy. To properly guide the students in choosing the career tracks that they intend to pursue, The DepEd, in coordination with DOLE, the TESDA, and the CHED, shall regularly conduct career advocacy activities for second-level students and shall be allowed to conduct career advocacy activities. Allowed lang po to conduct, but there is no hiring po allowed for unlicensed for DERT positions. If you put this express authority to hire similar with Section 8 due to DERT positions or lack of positions and put a period na dapat hong mag-comply sila, this can somehow immediately address what we are experiencing now, Chair, that you would like to institutionalize through your 379 Senate bill. So, para ho tuloy-tuloy pa rin sana ang counseling natin sa public schools. We would like to put forward din po that I was informed by our head of policy. At that time, the sitting chair sa PRC po went to our office, and then spoke about ito hong concern nila sa guidance counselors. And they were somehow willing also to relax the application, pero batas nga ho, so we cannot do it on our end, Chair. But if you will align sections 8 and 9 of 10533, then we can immediately address it now and then move forward with 379, your Senate bill po. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm looking at the law. The context here is it's career guidance. So we'll try to harmonize this with our proposed measure. Because in the proposed measure, it's explicit that we can hire guidance associates, and guidance associates are those who are not registered and licensed. No, so we're creating a new position to that effect. No, without diminishing, of course, the practice of guidance counselors. No, so but we will get some feedback from our resource persons on that matter. To Attorney Manawag, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Okay, Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to the honorable senators Tulfo and Senator Binay, and to the other resource speakers present today. Mr. Chair, I would just like to manifest our support to the bill, especially its intention in that it seeks to address the mental health issues of students and school personnel in both public and private schools. On the part of the private schools, we also have mental health or guidance services that we offer. In fact, this is also one of the factors or services that DepEd looks into when private schools renew their permits or apply for recognition. And we believe this bill will help address the shortage of guidance counselors in our school, and in turn help improve mental health services for our students, teachers, and other school personnel. On that note, Mr. Chair, I would like to share some comments and observations on the bill for your consideration, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, in the creation or establishment of the center, we anticipate that there will be, of course, certain standards or requirements that must be met. Perhaps we can explore including a provision that will ensure that these requirements or standards will be the same for both the public and private schools, and that the same requirements and standards be applied uniformly. Second, Mr. Chair, on the qualification and functions of our guidance counselors or associates in their hiring and deployment, Mr. Chair, to my understanding, the bill also allows the engagement of other mental health professionals like psychologists or psychometricians. So this is in addition to our guidance counselors and associates. Perhaps we would like to suggest that an alternative term be used for the word hire, since it gives an impression of an automatic existence of employer-employee relationship. Just for the information, for your information, Mr. Chair, and to the committee, at the moment, we also, the private schools or the private education sector also have or is experiencing the same difficulties in recruiting licensed and qualified guidance counselors and professionals. So in order to continue mental health and guidance services, and in view of the shortage at the moment, some or most of our private schools engage the services of other medical or mental health professionals on a consultancy basis. So perhaps you can consider this kind of arrangement as well. Also, we can perhaps explore a provision recognizing the the management prerogative of our employers in hiring and determining the duties and functions of the guidance counselors and associates and similar professions. On a last note, Mr. Chair, on the salary benefit and other benefits and incentives, like the scholarship and continuing education and training, of course, we laud these efforts that seek to improve their working conditions. That said, Mr. Chair, perhaps we can explore as well extending the similar incentives or financial support to the private education sector. Private schools, especially our small schools, will really have difficulty competing with the benefits that are offered or the salaries offered by DepEd, since we rely on tuition for our services. And as mentioned earlier, private schools are already having difficulty recruiting and retaining guidance counselors. After all, Mr. Chair, our private schools also want to help in addressing the issues that this bill seeks to address as well. So perhaps we can explore extending these financial support and incentives to them, considering also that this may entail some costs on the part of private schools as they may need to establish or reorganize their guidance offices and programs. On that note, Mr. Chair, we will just submit our position paper for our extensive discussion on these points for your consideration, of course, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Karandang, ma'am?
I mute. Am I heard?
Yes, go ahead po.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I was just going to say that all those points that are said already about the details and structural salary, etc., corruption, etc., are all very well taken. But I just want to remind the group that we might lose the essence of what this act is, no? The essence of this act, because there are two things: institutionalizing mental health services in basic education through the institutionalization of mental health and well-being program. I think that is very, very important. What is that program? The essence, the content of the program, because all these things that I've mentioned are structural, salary, corruption, etc. But who will make that program? Because this is very, 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 very much needed. Ever since 20 years ago, I've been talking about the holistic approach, where we don't just emphasize math, reading, etc., but we also look at the mental health and well-being of both the teachers and the students and all the people in the school, no? And I think we need to make sure that this mental health and well-being program is done by qualified people, and maybe also, as pointed by Dr. Agnes, interdisciplinary also, so that it is really a very, very well thought out program. Aside from just prescribing the hiring and employment of mental health professionals, maybe we will have to say that this program has to be, the essence of the program has to be created or, excuse me, or created by these professionals, because it's a program. The program involves many different aspects I was very disturbed before because one of the schools, or there was an act that was being rumored that they will remove the arts and the play in the children's curriculum, and that is the most dangerous thing and the worst thing we can do for the mental health of our children. We know that they have suffered so much socially, emotionally, and mentally because of the pandemic. That's one. The other thing I'd like to say that's very important is whether the associates or frontliners or guide, I think there's got to be a very, very important essential training of all this. No, one, mental health training, generally mental health, what it is really, and then how do we identify and teach all the teachers, etc., the red flags, because there's a very urgent issue now in mental health, which is the depression and suicides of adolescents and young people, and the people we're talking about, we're servicing. That's so important, but it's not addressed. It's addressed only very little by private people who we know. For example, in my institute, there is tripled. No, the number of depressed young people that have come to us is tripled during and after the pandemic. But how will we spot them? How will we prevent this suicide from happening? I think there's got to be a very good training program. And we have to get professionals who really are very, very well versed on mental health. What is mental health? How to prevent suicides? How to deal with problems of children? That kind of the essence of this, I think, is the program. No, the program must be very well crafted. That would be my suggestion. If we can get very, very experts to craft this program on all levels, including students. I mean, all levels of the stakeholders and people involved. Can we just maybe I would suggest that we form this committee or whatever you call it, training for the program, for that mental health and well-being program. That is the essence of this bill. This bill has to have a very strong substance, not just of course, in terms of the structural, the salary, etc. Those are essential, but not getting lost in that, we have to look also at the substance of what is mental health and well-being. How do we craft a program, including all stakeholders for this mental health and well-being program? Because that's the most important thing that we have here, that we have that kind of program. No? So for me, can we also say how we will focus on that program and maybe make sure that the stakeholders are able to have a say in that program. And we have experts also crafting the program so that it is cascaded to the entire educational system. We might lose that essence, no? The essence. Who is this? Who are these students? Emotional, social, physical, moral, and cognitive, no? And I think that's my point. Can we just also focus on the essence and the content of the program and how to craft it so that it is cascaded throughout and not just in terms of the hiring, or maybe after the hiring there should be a really well crafted training program for all so that everybody will be in the same position, and we can also prevent the suicidal, the depression, and all the bullying and everything by having training. That's the essence of everything. If we don't have the training, even if we hire everybody, but there is no real big essential training for all, I think we will not be able to address the mental health of the children that we are helping. Just a short note, Mr. Chairman, Senator Gatchalian, just in number 6 of the page 1, na-omit lang yung word na emotional. The state recognizes the vital role of youth protecting their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and emotional and social well-being. Kasi even in the DOH and WHO, I had to add the emotional. Well, they have it here in the text, but it's not in the first line. Section 2, Declaration of Policy. Emotional is just maybe typographical lang yun, pero I just suggest that we put it in, no? Physical, moral, emotional, spiritual, intellectual, and social. Kasi what's important is that we know the total well-being of the children involves all the parts of the person, no? the really holistic thing. And for the past in our history, we have only addressed the intellectual, and we have neglected the emotional and social well-being of children in our schools for the longest time. That's why this bill is so essential, and the essence of it must not be lost, that the mental health and well-being program must be crafted in a way that it really addresses the mental health and well-being of our students and our teachers and the entire school population. That's just what I want to say. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for having a bill that will finally mention and destigmatize mental health, which has a stigma for the longest time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Senator Binay.
Siguro, meron ho bang mga existing programs that that we can replicate
Or put together, no? Put together.
meron na bang I don't know whether in our country or in other countries?
Yes, yes.
Adopt?
Yes, I think we can adapt, but also put together different. Yes, you're right. Different programs that are existing, and the best parts of them put together. I think I agree with you that we should look at what's existing and then see how we can put it together and have a real solid well-being and mental health and well-being program. It's so important. That's the essence of the whole thing.
Thank you po, Dr. Caranda. And siguro, Mr. Chairman, di ba, as ngayon, ginagawa niya yung EDCOM, baka itong aspeto ng mental health as part of the curriculum could also be addressed by EDCOM.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Wala. Yeah, I agree, Senator Binay. Thank you so much for your comments and your questions. May I just one last lang. In the explanatory note with your Senator Win, can we also add emotional? Because it says physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. It's just maybe a typographical, but if it's something that will be, forever there, crafted, maybe we have to put emotional. May I suggest that now?
Yes, Dr. Karandang, we took note of your suggestion and will include emotional.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Before we continue to our esteemed resource persons, I would like to just go back to set the premise, because we need to put down in the records the premise of this bill, which is the addressing the mental health issues of our children, especially in our basic education system. So I would like to go back to DepEd just to get the numbers out there. We need to make sure that we put on record the gravity, or maybe the lack of it, hopefully, of this issue. Yeah, so we want to ask DepEd. I'll go back again. So to DepEd, how many students? I'll go back. I'll rephrase my question. Did we conduct any assessment, any type of reaching out to our children in order to determine how many of our 28 kasama ALS po eh. Now, I'll focus first on the public schools, which is 23. How many of our 23 million students have experienced mental health? Meron ba tayong proactive approach? Let's say, nag-assess tayo, or the teachers come out with their own assessment. Meron ba tayong ganon that we implemented?
On a national-wide scale implementation, sir, we have yet to conduct such, because the data that we have primarily focuses on those that were looking for guidance and counseling. Those are the figures that we have right now, as well as the reported cases of bullying. And those are areas wherein we hope to amplify our engagement more. That's why that would be our area of focus this year, to establish that baseline. And one of the major limitations there, sir, is the notion of having limited personnel in order to conduct such on a massive scale. And that is why we are very much thankful for the bill, particularly because this will open up the guidance associate position, will give us the opportunity to onboard other types of mental health professionals that we need. For context, Your Honor, the skill sets that we need will vary on different levels. And that is why we would need the skill sets of our guidance counselors in terms of the career pathing and the immediate response, for example, within the school setting, among others. But we'd also need the skill sets of our psychometricians to conduct our assessment tests in order for them to do the screening, for us to collect data in order to find out where areas we can focus. And then we would need the psychologists to help provide already the treatment therapy, and the psychiatrists for the diagnosis as well as the medical treatment if ever there would be such. So there are varying degrees, varying levels of intervention. So at least within the school level, we need to increase the total number of promotive and preventive health personnel when it comes to mental health. And that's why we are definitely welcoming this introduction of the bill, sir.
If in the absence of an assessment, how many students have you detected, whether through reporting or they went to their teacher or they called the hotline? In your DO DepEd Memorandum number 74, I think that's the most latest, no, in terms of mental health. Hotlines were set up, and mechanisms to provide mental health and psychosocial support services were set up. So how many students reached out to DepEd, and how many students availed?
Sir, I can provide you with. Sir, we can provide you with data regarding those who sought guidance and counseling. So based on 2020.
On mental health, because let's differentiate between career selection, kasi the career selection is different. This is they want to take up biology or become a businessman. That's this one is for mental health.
We can assume, sir, that these are all primarily focused on mental health because these are already the cases of bullying that were noted.
Okay, so how many reached out, and how many students? What school year first? No?
2021, sir.
Okay, 2021-2022 school
So
year.
in terms of the breakdown, the total number of learners who reported physical bullying was 264,668. For the total number of learners who experienced cyberbullying as reported is 7,758. Then for the learners experiencing gender-based bullying, 7,800. And for the total number of learners who were socially bullied, 17,258. Now, Senator, we believe that, again, this may be underreported because, again, the numbers are taken during a time period wherein they may not necessarily be able to collect the data because they're not in school. And also, given the lack of field personnel to collect the data themselves.
And then, so these are cyberbullying. How about cases of suicide, cases of depression, attempted suicide? I heard earlier that you mentioned some cases.
Yes, sir.
When was that? What school year was that?
School year 2020 to 2021, sir.
Same school year. So, tama ba, you mentioned that there were reported 404 suicide cases,
yes, sir,
for that school year. There are also 2,147,
sir.
47 attempted suicide.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the time series? Is this increasing? Is this decreasing?
We don't have currently the data, sir, but if ever, we hope to provide you and furnish you with a copy of the data if available.
Sige. Yeah, because it's important also to tell the story. Is it increasing or decreasing?
Yes,
Because
sir.
if it's decreasing, then what you're doing, I think you issued several of your memorandums, then it's working. If it's increasing, then it's not working. So I want to determine whether what DepEd has been doing in the past, through your memorandums, is effective or not. So I want to determine that. But let's take this as face value. You have 264,000 of bullying reported cases. You have 404 suicide cases. You have 2,100 plus attempted suicide. How many committed suicide?
The number of cases is 404.
404 committed suicide. Oh, okay. I thought it was just reported. So 404. No? Of course, one suicide
One
is
is
too
too
many.
many, sir.
Okay. And were these 404 reported to DepEd? Were these investigated? I just want to know the nature because you have a hotline, no? Meaning DepEd is reachable.
Yes,
But
sir.
how come that 404 happened? Ang punto ko is, how do we prevent that 404?
Yes, sir.
No?
Sir, very recently, we launched the Learner Rights and Protection Office that already established the hotline. That is, I believe, in late 2022. And we hope to furnish you also with data regarding the total number of cases that they were able to get. And based on current discussions, the number is actually increasing. So they're getting used to contacting the number. So we will be factoring those in terms of counting the number of actual cases that have relation to mental health.
So, tama ba? Your mechanism now is you have a hotline, no?
Yes,
And we wait. Correct? We wait for people to call.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any proactive approach? Preventive?
Sir, the preventive...
Kasi I don't see it here in your DOs, unless I missed it. Do you have any preventive? Let's say reaching out to the parents, no? Making the parents realize that their children is experiencing depression, no? So meron bang ganon? Because I don't see it here in your DO. Meron hotline. The hotline is functioning.
Yes, sir. Although there's always room for improvement, particularly we have the school mental health program wherein we really promote, also in compliance with the law, the mental health rights of the learners, and also conduct capacity building for those that implement mental health-based awareness and advocacy programs in the field, and also translate that to teacher empowerment to make them a bit more familiar. But also we noted that there is a limitation in terms of how much the teachers can actually perform, because we cannot expect them to conduct themselves in the same, for example, as a psychiatrist or psychologist. So really just the main red flags within their homeroom, among others. But in terms of our plans moving forward, sir, the intent is really to establish the baseline, again, with the support of the Senate's budget special provision, and then at the same time, provide more avenues for the integration of existing programs from the private sector and collaborate those with DepEd.
But there are preventive programs.
Yes,
in
sir.
other words.
Advocacy
Anong
programs,
DO? Anong memorandum yan? Because I couldn't find it.
The programs are actually instituted through our Bureau of Learner Support Services.
And you issued memos to the schools?
The guidance, sir, the conduct of the programs are done through that bureau, sir, through our memos, through our rolled out programs.
But are they doing it per school? Yun ang, you have 60,000 schools. That's the battleground. No? Kung alam ng DepEd Central, hindi alam ng schools, then we're losing the battle.
Yes, sir.
My question is, did you issue a memo so that the school will implement preventive measures?
Yes, sir. That's why
What is the memo number?
I would have to get back to you, sir, on the actual memo, because the data that we have is based on the conducted Mental Health Week celebrations and advocacy programs in 2019 and subsequent years. And based on our data, in terms of the total number of schools, 21,837 schools out of 60,957 conducted the mental health celebration and awareness programs.
How come out of the 60,000 schools, only 21 practice that mental health that's a mental health awareness celebration, no? What I'm asking is, meron ba silang preventive program, no? It naman is celebration. I know it's part of awareness, but it's different naman if you have a program per school level, per class. In fact, it's not even per school level. It has to be per classroom level.
Yes.
No? Diba? So that's what I'm driving at.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm going with the track of Dr. Karandang in program. So I want to understand what are our existing programs first. Because kung may existing programs, effective siya, then we institutionalize it. If we don't have an existing program, then we create it. no?
Yes, sir.
Before Dr. Rox, ang daming, ma'am, sorry we'll one answer from DepEd and then we'll ask Senator Nancy and then one answer from DepEd and then we'll go through. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know, exciting, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just to add to your question lang.
I actually appreciate the fact that we're all very eager to provide data. And that's actually very helpful. So based on our data, 2021, we have actually the number of learners that participated in trainings and co-curricular and extracurricular activities focused on mental health. So I can break them down per category. So in terms of addressing the problem of bullying, so programs on bullying prevention and the like, that's 4,174,355 learners. In terms of the training regarding mental health awareness and psychosocial issues and conditions, including depression, that's 2,417,666. We also have learners that underwent suicide prevention training for 1,449,000, self-care, psychological first aid, particularly 2.8 million and 1.9 million respectively, and other related mental health topics, roughly 900,000 learners were reached, totaling 50%, roughly 50% of the target population, sir.
Senator Binay?
Parang based dun sa sagot niyo po, parang it's not a continuing program. It's parang
Yes.
day seminar, a 1-week seminar. Parang,
Yes.
I don't know, I think ang hinahanap din ng aming chairman is para siyang naka-incorporate na dun sa subjects na tinuturo natin dun sa mga estudyante. Wala ho bang ganong programa? Kasi nabanggit niyo kanina, celebration. I mean, that's one day, but or at training. But ito lahat ng estudyante dadaan sa ganitong pag-aaral. Di ba parang, ano yan di ba? Nung grade school tayo, meron tayong subject on cooking or typing or ganyan. Dapat wala pa tayong gano'n na
Wala pa
nakatutok.
tayo. That's why we have to establish it.
Meron ho ba?
Mr. Chair, can I?
Go ahead,
From the
DepEd.
classroom, yes po. Meron po tayo, from the classroom level, meron po tayong tinatawag na homeroom guidance program and counseling and referral system. Yun po ay isang non-graded subject. Para po siyang nung unang panahon ay GMRC. Yun po. Ang humahawak po ngayon nun, since kulang po tayo ng tao sa field, ay yung mga class advisors. So doon po yun ipinapasok. For now, yun po yung ginawa ng DepEd simula po na nagkaroon ng pandemic. So parang kasama siyang subject po, pero hindi siya graded.
Pero no, di ba dapat ngayon GMRC is a separate, in fact,
Wala na po siya, ma'am.
in-institutionalize na nga namin yung GMRC.
Opo, iba po ito, ma'am. Iba po yung homeroom guidance program po. Iba po siya.
Iba din.
Opo.
Or sama-sama na sila doon.
Hindi po, separate po siya. Apo.
Well, Dr.
Mr. Chairman, can we just request sa DepEd to submit, I don't know kung meron silang work plan or materials that they use for dito dun sa homeroom classes nila. For us to get a better idea kung ano ba yung detalye ng programa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I want to request from DepEd to submit to us all the programs regarding mental health. Not only the ones in central, but all the way to the school level. Trainings that teachers undertook, and then of course all the numbers pertaining to it. And also give us the number of students who reached out, as well as number of students who committed suicide and attempted suicide and other things for the last 10 years.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Additional submission kasi I sit on the board of the Philippine Science High School. So every board meeting, meron kaming laging mga estudyante na nag-a-apply, either magli-leave muna sila kasi meron silang mental health issues, or lilipat na sila ng eskwelahan kasi hindi na bagay dun sa mental health nila yung sistema sa Philippine Science High School. I don't know if DepEd has a similar mechanism wherein meron silang parang ganong board or yung mga teachers na sinasabi, itong si estudyante magli-leave muna siya kasi meron siyang mental health issues. And then, tapos merong, ano yun, may follow-through pa nga yun na i-assess siya after a year kung kaya na nung bata, kung anong interventions, kung na-schedule ba sa doktor yon para ma-check kung talaga bang kaya na niyang bumalik or hindi na siya dapat babalik. May ganun ba ang DepEd? And maybe you can also submit kung ilan yung mga estudyante na nag-leave or nag-drop out because of mental health issues.
Good.
Senator, as of the moment, there is no existing body of that nature. However, that is now currently in development, given the support that we received in terms of budget for mental health in DepEd.
Submit to us all the data pertaining to mental health for the last 5 years. Again, para you guys will not take a lot of time. Last 5 years, because we want to see the trend. The trend is very important. It tells the story, whether we're improving or we're not improving. So if we don't have the trend, it's very difficult to determine the gravity of the problem. So that's the reason why we're asking for historical figures. But 404, let's take it at face value. That's marami yan, ha? Marami yan. 404 is, we're talking about parang one grade level yan. No, kasi kung one grade level is about 8 classrooms, 'di ba? More or less nasa mga around 400 students 'yan. So we're talking about one grade level committed suicide. Just imagine, no? And we have to prevent it at all costs. That's our job, to prevent it at all costs, not to make it happen and react, no? So that's my analysis of this, no? That's why very recent lang to. That's only last school year, no? Or 2 school years ago. Yeah. So, yes, Senator Nancy, go ahead.
And then, to add to your point, parang hindi rin natin na pag-uusapan kung ano yung participation naman ng mga magulang, 'di ba? Or yung participation nung home, 'di ba? Yung family, because dapat ano yan bahagi sila, 'di ba? Nung treatment or nung prevent netong mga mental health issues. May ganun bang convergence or synergy with the family and DepEd?
Zach, go ahead.
In terms of formal convergence, Senator, none thus far, but that is something that we are very much looking into now, given the focus of our department on learner resilience and mental health.
It's actually I'm quite shocked with that story that there's no partnership with the parents. No, I think the parents are the most important stakeholders in this fight against mental health or preventive approach to mental health. The parents, they spend so much time with their children and they have to detect, especially mga ordinary constituents natin. Pagkausap po talaga sila, they don't know the concept of mental health. But it's already happening in their families. No? So that goes to show that our mental health program, my own observation, is incohesive and not holistic. No? Therefore, we need to, tama si Dr. Canandang, we need to institutionalize it, but we need to make it holistic and we need to make it sustainable also. Hindi lang may mental health celebration, let's celebrate after nakalimutan na natin. No, that's the whole reason why we are here discussing this bill. But I do admit, I agree with Dr. Canandang. I was reading the law that the whole essence needs to be further elaborated, no, so that it's we can add components to that, and we need the experts to guide us on what program do you need, so that we will embed that in the law. We will not restrict DepEd, but with at least may minimums that they should look at, para makita na nila kaagad, no? So, and the expert can guide us on that. We're not the experts in this, no? So,
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nancy.
Siguro just to add lang, baka maganda na, ewan ko paano, baka pwede i-incorporate din sa bill. Yung balikan lang natin yung participation ng parents, ng family, na baka may magandang, may isang programa din for parents kasi, I mean, lalo na din sa generation gap, di ba, na may mga magulang na hindi pa nila, hindi sila ganun kabukas dun sa na kailangan na pala ng tulong ng anak nila, yung may fear yung anak na magsabi dun sa magulang nila na kailangan ko ng therapist, kailangan ko ng kausap, kailangan ko ng psychiatrist kasi meron ako nararamdaman na mali. Baka maganda na may ganong programa para, di ba, parang sabay-sabay yung support na pwede natin ibigay dun sa mga kabataan natin na may mental health issues. Siguro yan, coming from a parent na hindi ko alam if I should disclose this, but ako kasi like yung mga anak ko, sila mismo yung lumalapit sa akin na parang, Mom, I think I need to talk to somebody and it's not you. Diba? And kailangan yung malawak at hindi ka mapaparaning na ano ko baka sira ulo yung anak ko kasi may ganong stigma na parang pag nakikipag-usap sa psychiatrist or psychologist yung anak mo baka sira ulo na yung anak ko, but it's not the case anymore. Minsan it's just the need to talk out, to vent out, and na walang bias and parang walang hesitation. Yan lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Nancy. We'll call on first Dr. Bance because si Dr. Bance has been raising her hands and I know she has a lot of things to share to help us build a comprehensive bill. Balikan ko ho yung sinabi ni Dr. Canandang, tama nga, no? In Section 5 natin is only a few sentences. We need your help in how to fill up the gaps. No? Ito, expertise na talaga ito. I don't think we can handle this, but you guys can guide us. No? Go ahead, Dr. Bance.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance to talk. Kasi we had already encounters kay Senator Win before regarding yung mga resiliency program, putting up really programs for the Department of Education. Ayan. Pero lahat ng sinasabi ninyo kanina, yung mga programs na yan, yung mga collaboration with parents, Senator Nancy, lahat po yan at lahat ng preventive programs for mental health ay ma-address natin kung tayo ay merong mga guidance counselors sa ating school. Kasi ang guidance counselors ang talagang humaharap sa bawat estudyante. Lahat ng guidance counselors ay required na pumunta sa bawat klase sa isang school na kanyang, under his jurisdiction, her jurisdiction, at dapat ma-orient ang bawat estudyante kung ano ang mga services na binibigay sa kanila. Kung anong maging problema ng mga estudyante sa school, dapat guidance counselors ang dapat nakakaalam ng mga bagay na yon. Kasi bawat estudyante, ako ay nasa isang private school, one of the top schools in the Philippines, hindi po pwede na ang guidance counselor ay hindi kilala ang bawat estudyante sa bawat klase, gaano mang kalaking school yan. If the child was not oriented on the different guidance services, fault at may nangyari sa estudyante, magiging fault siya ng guidance counselor. And therefore, all the preventive measures ay dapat hawak ng guidance counselor. Now, considering the number of guidance counselors in the country, we have at present 4,380 registered licensed guidance counselors. Ang sabi ng DepEd, 1,483 lamang ang nasa DepEd. Pero ano ang reason doon? Kasi nga, mababa ang sweldo sa Department of Education. Mas mataas na sabi nga ni Dr. Sheikh, ang sweldo sa private school nag-i-start ng 35,000. Kung magagaling na guidance counselor siya, pupunta ba sila sa DepEd ngayon, di ba? Okay. So, ang kailangan ng guidance counselors ngayon ng country ay 47,000 kasi that is 1:500 ang ratio. So, ang kailangan 47,000 as against the 1,483 na existing. So, talagang expected na magkakagulo at merong mga bullying, merong mga depression, anxiety, etc. Kasi walang nagmo-monitor sa kanila. Ngayon, meron ako isang suggestion, pero I would like to go back first doon sa page 5 nung bill na mental health professional. Ang definition dito ng mental health professional refers to medical doctor, nurse, guidance counselor, guidance associates. Kinakailangan isa sa mental health professional na importanteng isingit dito at nakalagay talaga dito ay ang psychologist, the important role of psychologist. So pakilagay lang po if you may, kindly include it, nurse, guidance counselor, psychologist, and guidance associates. Okay lang po sa akin na yung psychometrician ay hindi kasama nila kasi ang psychometrician ay wala naman sila ay BS Psychology graduate, ang guidance counselor at ang psychologist ay may MA in order for them to practice the profession. So ayun po ang aking ngayon in terms of the wala na ako. In terms of the assessment measures na sinasabi ng DepEd na wala silang assessment, nagawa na po kami ng team namin ng assessment measure na nakasubmit na po sa National Center for Mental Health even before nung pong 2019, inabot lang po ng pandemic. Ino-norms na lang po yon at talagang for deployment na sa buong Pilipinas para ma-determine natin sino ba ang mga estudyanteng may problema sa adjustment with the parents, adjustment with the adjustment in school, adjustment with the teachers, kompleto na po yun. Nasa NCMH yun. So kung tayo lang po ay nasubmit ko na po yun, idudugtungan na lamang po yun, norming na lang at for implementation na lamang. So hindi na tayo paulit-ulit. Now, in terms of the programs, in yung relation po with the parents, collaboration with the parents, trabaho po yan ng guidance counselor. From the very start of the school year, it is the responsibility, alam po yan ng mga professional guidance counselors, na it is their responsibility to talk with the parents of all their students. Lahat dapat ng parents ng estudyante ay imimit ng guidance counselor sapagkat ang guidance dapat kilala ng guidance counselor ang mga parents din at kung ano man ang problema ng estudyante sa school, makakapag-collaborate ang parents with the guidance counselor. So, ayun po. Now, so in terms of assessment, meron na po. In terms of program, we already have existing programs. Ako po ay consultant ng NGF, ni Ms. Jean, at nakagawa na po kami ng program on resilience. 14 modules po yon. Kakausapin daw po kayo ni Ms. Jean Goborn at isasabit sa inyo yung nagawa na po na modules. 14 modules po yon na for every year level, meron po siyang 4 modules on resilience. We already have implemented pinilot test na po namin yan sa Naga, sa Bicol, sa Palawan, na nung ni-implement namin nag-training kami ng teachers sa Palawan. 30% of the teachers, ma'am, paano namin makakapag-implement ng mental health programs where in fact, din po ay meron po kaming suicidal ideations na iisip po namin. So 30% ng teachers ng Palawan sinabi sa amin na sila talaga ay merong mental health concerns. Kaya bumalik po kami, ang binigyan muna namin ng training ay ang mga teachers on mental health awareness bago namin ma-implement yung aming, ma-pilot test yung aming program on resilience. Na-pilot test na din po yan sa Cebu. Kaya ang gagawin na lang po talaga ay for implementation na lang. And we are undergoing continuing training of faculty members. Sinuport po kami sa Cebu ng another non-governmental organization. Ano ba yun? Non-governmental organization ng Cebu, kaya na-implement namin sa whole of Cebu yung mental health, yung modules na yon. So ngayon po, ang kailangan po natin ay guidance counselors. Paano po natin maa-address ang lack of guidance counselors in the Philippines? Sa kaalaman po ng lahat, kasi po ako po ay nasa 2 boat. Pareho po ako po ay guidance counselor. Naging outstanding guidance counselor po ako ng PRC noong 2019. Naging past president po ako ng Psychological Association of the Philippines, and I spearheaded the professionalization of psychology in the Philippines. So kaya po inano ko na rin na, sige, pupunta ako. Kasi na alam ko po yung 2 votes na yon. So, ang problema po natin ngayon ay lack of guidance counselors. Ang gusto ko pong ma-address at ang pinapaalam ko po sa inyo na sana bigyan ng consideration ay ang ating mga psychometricians. Ang ating pong psychometricians in the Philippines ay 25,000. 26,000. 26,000. These are BS psychology graduates. So 26 may license po sila at sila ay sila ay registered. However, marami po sa kanila ang walang trabaho. So ang recommendation po namin, nag-usap-usap po kami, hindi po kaya pwede na itong ating psychometrician na talaga namang magagaling silang psychometrician, they have all the foundations, di ba? Foundations naman ng psychology. Kukuha lang po sila ng board examination courses for guidance counselor at pabayaan sila kumuha ng board examination for guidance counselors and they become guidance counselors. So wala na mga guidance associates, basta meron silang ang atin lang i-address yung career progression para makapasok sila doon at ma-entice sila na pumasok talaga sa government schools. So, marami po kaming psychometrician. 26,000. And every year, alam ko maraming gagraduate na BS Psychology graduates. Katulad din po yan sa education. Di po ba nagkaroon tayo ng lack of teachers in education? Nung nagkaroon ng lack of teachers in education, ang ginawa nila, graduate ka ng economics or graduate ka ng other courses, pinakuha lang sila ng 18 units of education, tapos pinakuha sila ng board examination for education, nakapagturo na po sila lahat, kaya na-address ang problema sa education, sa lack of teachers in the Philippines. So, kung ganun po ang ating gagawin, sa pakiwari ko pa naman, at sa with my coordination and collaboration naman sa aking mga kasamahan sa psychology at sa guidance and counseling and also with the teachers, mariresolve po natin ang problema sa guidance counselors. At mababawasan natin ang problema sa mental health. Kasi malaki ang role ng guidance counselors para ma-prevent ang mental health. Pag tayo ay mayroong guidance counselor sa bawat school, 1:500, mabiblame po natin ang guidance counselor for not doing her job. Bakit nagkaroon ng problema sa mental health? They have to collaborate with the parents. They have to collaborate with the community for the best of each and every student in our country. Ayun lang po. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Ma'am Beyonce. We'll go back to the issue of solutions and manpower later on. Of course, that's one of the. If you look at the bill, a major part of bill discussed how we will have professionals on the ground, But we'll discuss that. That's a whole new discussion. We'll discuss that later on. What I want to focus right now is mental health issues. It's Dr. Hoxon mentioned earlier about the UP study. Later on, we can talk about that again. Seems to me that DepEd needs time to give us data, but if you have the data, mas maganda yon because we want to lay down the premise why we need this law.
Yeah,
so we'll call on Dr. Hoxon and then later on Dr. Mateo.
Yeah. Senator, siguro po, isa rin po sa data, is that unfortunately wala rin pong psychological assessment, sa Department of Education. And of course, mga member po ng guidance counselor sa DepEd po ay member din namin. So if we can also have some evidence-based pwede rin pong budgetan dito po. Definitely rest assured po that in crafting a promotive preventive with intervention and post-prevention po ng mental health program dito sa bansa. Kasi aside from or the home loan guidance, and siguro ang request na lang po natin, yung home loan guidance program is talagang maging very effective and efficient po yung pagpapa-implement. And of course, we also have the referral system. Meron po ang DepEd ng referral system. Kailangan lang po tayo magkaroon ng system sa mga publikong ospital. Kasi po ang nangyayari, ni-refer na namin sa psychiatrists or sa psychologists, walang perang mga tao. So wala rin pong sasaluhan. So if we can fully implement the referral system, ginawa rin po yan in fairness na city at kami po ay nakonsulta din dyan. Talaga pong may mga nasusulat pero kailangan po talaga yung implementation. Yeah. Okay.
Can you discuss itong kanina sinabi, 1 in 5 Filipino youth age 15 to 24? I'll take this I'll take this at face value. This is 20%. So if 20% nakasulat dito, no, 1 in every 5 Filipino youth age 15 to 24 have ever considered ending their life.
Yeah.
If that's 20%. We're talking about, if you multiply that to the DepEd number, we're talking about close to about 5 million students.
Yeah. Opo. And
So that's a lot of students we need to counsel.
Yeah. And of
Reach
course, kung meron po tayong assessment, Senwin, kasi suicidal thoughts po ito eh. So ibig sabihin, ito po yung mga tendencies at pwede po talaga pong evidence-based po ito na meron po talaga mga at risk na kaya kailangan din po yung aside from the preventive na initial interview, no, importante po yung mga survey. And of course, if we can have in the Philippines the universal health screening wherein we can check the low, mid, and high of the children, why not? No, so we can have some funding and allocations also for the tools kasi hindi po natin matatawaran ang mga evidence-based survey, psychological assessment, ginagawa po ng psychometrician at saka ng counselor.
Bakit po? Why is it 20%? Ba't ganun kalaki ang number ng mga kabataan na nag-iisip?
Of course, isa pong malaking problema talaga is, of course, the family. Fortunately, kung nakakahon natin na lahat ng pamilya dati o magulang ay matino, hindi na po lahat matino ang mga magulang. With the changing times that we had, no, with the disruption, nung nag-online learning po in the study of BAR 2017, talaga pong merong emotional distress at yan po ay evidence-based din. 2017 study that online learning definitely also has some implication. Even though we have learning continuity plan for online learning, unfortunately, malaki din po ang effect niyan. Okay? And of course, with the changing times, nung nag-transition din po, marami naman po tayong estudyante na hindi po marunong makipagkaibigan. We even have counselors na hindi na marunong makipagkaibigan, no sociability skills, and they are anxious going to the face-to-face.
So the reasons for that 1 out of 5 students, 1 out of 5 Filipino youth considered ending their life is number 1, parents.
Pwede pong family, pwedeng environment.
What do you mean by family and environment? Is that the family is not, anong ibig sabihin ho doon?
Pwede po ang pamilya because the family is the absolute truth of our children. Fortunately, kung hindi mo matino yung magulang, definitely ganun din po yung mga magiging anak. No? And
Karami, 20%, hindi matitinong magulang.
po lahat sa magulang. Definitely, Sen, hindi naman po. But we have a lot of complications, no? Yung mga stress katulad po sa online learning. Pag nasisigawan mo yung anak mo dahil mahina yung internet and kahirapan, wala pong pang-internet or walang computer, that can also be a family stress as well.
Based on your expert opinion, yung top 3 reasons, I just want to put this on record so when we defend the bill, I know what are the reasons why 20% of our kids experience this. Parents is number 1, tama po ba?
Yeah, family po. Family as a whole, yeah. Family, and then of course, the environment, no? Even the social media now, kung makikita nyo po, some of the signs that you have is what we call the sad fishing and oversharing. Nakita nyo po, di ba, yung mga dark posting ng kabataan ngayon? So nakakahawa po yun, and it creates emotional contagion. po, ang dami po nating mental health problem ngayon. Kasi yung mga influencers natin, minsan na-enable nila yung kanilang, yung mga kabataan, no, na mag-commit ng some self-harm or suicidal cases. So the changing environment really also mal-adjust, no, the youth of today.
Thank you, Dr. Roxanne. Dr. Mateo, you want anything to share?
And the pandemic,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tatlo po sana yung gusto ko i-discuss in relation to the bill. But yung sa question niyo po, I think that goes directly to the complexity of mental health, no, na hindi natin talaga ma-identify parang top 5, top 3. I think ang isang kailangan tingnan dito yung social determinants, no, poverty, no, yung nangyaring pandemic, no, those all contribute So minsan na nilimit natin yung pagtingin doon sa what are the costs based on personal, no, yung pagka meron na silang na-experience, but we have to look at it in the more social context. Yun po yung mga ngayon pag-aaral, no, na tinitingnan. Family will serve as a strong protective factor, but if there are family breakdowns, no, yun yung nangyayari, no, nawawalan sila ng support, kakaroon ng problema. Marami po before po ng pandemic, kahit po wala tayong numbers, no, Mr. Senator, sa public school, we can go by the World Health Organization and even the Philippine statistics on this Kasi in terms of anxiety and depression, for example, prevalent po talaga yan. 20 to 30% ang lifetime prevalence ng anxiety So, ibig sabihin, in the whole population, 50% will say they have experienced some form of anxiety or depression sometime in their life. So, hindi siya unique na experience. Na-experience ng marami, but because of the discrimination, no, because of the stigma, hindi ito na i-express. And so, yun po yung isang reason why kailangan na talaga i-address, no, not only locally, internationally, no, nagyayari na yan, na ina-address yung mental health concerns. Doon po sa second po lang na gusto ko i-contribute dun sa discussion is with regards to the program. Nabanggit na po ito ni Dr. Carandang in terms of ano nga ba yung program. Kasi the scope of the program, I think, no, has to be clarified. I think we have identified, no, na this is actually expanding the guidance program kasi meron na po tayong guidance program sa school directed towards students. Ito po yung binabanggit, no, may classroom guidance, no, may mga career guidance, no, medyo na established na po yan. Ang nangyari po dito sa bill, I think, which is I think, no, we very appreciate, is nag-expand at sinabi na hindi lang students, gumawa tayo ng program for teachers and personnel, diba? Teaching and non-teaching personnel. I think that is the that is the words in the law na ina-expand natin na hindi lang students pero all teaching and non-teaching personnel will now benefit from a mental health and well-being program. So ano po yung ibig sabihin ng well-being program na yun? Kasi una yung scope pa lang po medyo nag-expand, no, Hindi na lang po to sa student. Everybody, no, related to school will now benefit. So medyo kailangan po nating i-rethink kasi iba-iba po yung needs no, ng teachers, ng non-personnel at saka ng mga students, no. Medyo established na po yung sa students pero nakikita po natin sa implementation hindi po masyadong malinaw. Pagdating po ng expansion na to and it becomes a mental health and well-being program, kailangan po nating i-address din ano po yung scope, no, ng mental health and well-being program kasi mental health law, for example, will advocate for mental health for all. So dating po sa simple program lang po, no, three-tiered levels, no, 3-level mental health program wherein everybody receives mental health awareness, mental health literacy, self-care, di ba, mental health hygiene, no, that could be for all. And then we could have the second level wherein we're going to look at preventives, no, or at risk. So para ma-identify natin sino yung at risk, and then we provide, no, programs for them. And then ang nasa tuktok po kasi yung pyramid na yan is those who require personalized interventions, no, group therapy, psychotherapy, and the like. So pagka nilagay niyo po yan, ito po yung tinatawag nating more comprehensive program, no, mental health literacy para sa lahat. Para naman dun sa mga at risk, bibigyan natin sila ng specialized intervention, and then very one-on-one, no, intervention naman para dun sa mga talaga nangangailangan na. Ito po yung binabanggit nyo ngayon, depressed, suicidal, and the like. So pagka ginawa po natin ganito yung program, ito yung iniisip nating program, ang next question po dyan, ano naman yung competencies and ng personnel and number of personnel who will handle this? We are all mental health practitioners. I also, with Dr. Banse and Dr. Sheikh, are both registered guidance counselors and registered psychologists. But even though we have very similar competencies, meron din po kaming unique na specialization. So pagka naglagay po kayo ng ganitong program, at kasama po yung intervention doon, hindi po kaya ng guidance counselor yan. So, papasok po yung psychologist dyan, no? And baka kung kailangan pa ng psychopharmacological interventions, pasok po yung psychiatrist. So, magdidepend po yung personnel and competency na kakailanganin nung bill doon sa program na i-define. So far, ang nangyayari ngayon, medyo comprehensive yung binigay na role dun sa guidance counselor. Kasi nga po, comprehensive yung program na parang, guidance counselor ka, bahala ka na, lahat dyan, ikaw na, no? Ikaw na mag-diagnose, ikaw ang magbigay ng intervention, ikaw, medyo, may konting, I don't know, pero may konting reservations dun sa area na yon. Dun sa tuktok na po yun, pero pag bumaba po tayo sa ilalim, dun sa mental health literacy, ito po yung binabanggit ni Dr. Banse kanina na we have 26,000 licensed psychometricians already, no, prepared, licensed, no, trained, no, they have psychology background, and waiting for work, no, so unemployed, no, so and we can utilize, no, you can mobilize this in the area of the guidance associate. So nandiyan na po sila. Kaya nga po ang pinag-uusapan, paano naman natin sila i-elevate to guidance counselors? Ito po yung mga sinasuggest kanina ni Dr. Banse, similar to what we did during the 2004 grandfather clause for guidance counseling. Those with no license and does not have a master's degree can take 18 units of master's courses for guidance and take the boards, no, for guidance, no, for this. So ito po yung mga ino-offer namin sana, pero syempre malaki po to we only have 4,000 guidance counselors and 1,600 registered psychologists, no, in the Philippines. We need 50,000, no, to fill up the gaps in the school. So medyo matagal-tagal, no, bago natin ma-connect yon. So ang napaka-importante po kung ano po yung i-define nating program para po yun muna yung ma-achieve natin, di ba? So kung mental health literacy yung program, then that's, di ba? We can achieve that, no, with that. Yung binanggit po lang, just to add, no, yung kanina po kasi nabanggit din ni Dr. Banse, yung psychologist po kasi napunta dun sa guidance associate, when in fact the psychologist and the guidance counselor actually of the same requirement, no, academic requirements of sorts and licensure. So mahirap po kasing i-define na psychologist ka, under guidance associate ka lang, kasi yung item ay guidance counselor. We don't really have the answer for this at the moment, no, kasi kanina nabanggit po ni Dr. Agnes na paano kaya kung pwede tayo maglagay ng psychologist sa school, no? Just looking at it, or Ano kaya kung yung guidance counselor ay pwedeng counselor and psychologist, no? Baka pwede rin ganon. But I think the program will be the one to define it, no? So, pareho po kasi kami ng same boat po kasi kami, last point ko na po. Although I think this is something that has been discussed earlier. And also with ComLisada and ComEnad, no, na pag-uusapan na rin namin to. Yung psychologist po kasi, nung nag-adjust po yung requirement sa government ng psychologist, ni-require nila yung master's degree nung 2019 lang to, pero hindi nila in-adjust yung salary. So yung MA, may MA ka, kailangan dati, SG11 ka lang in bachelor's degree, ngayon, kailangan mo na master's degree, pero SG11 pa rin. So hindi nag-adjust, no? Similar to the guidance counselor. So nag-move yung requirement, pero hindi nag-move yung SG. So ganun din yung ano namin, no? Yung we're in the same boat nga na ganun. And also, yung psychometrician, actually wala tayong psychometricians in government. Zero, no? Zero item. Ito yung inaano namin, no? Pinaglalaban din namin ngayon. Nag-uusap na po kami ni Commissioner Lisada dito. So yung psychometrician, sila po yung SG11 eh. Sila po yung bachelor's degree with license. So marami po yata akong nasabi, pero maraming salamat.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. De Guzman.
Honorable Senator Gatchalian, other honorable senators who are with us here today, government officials, advocates, mental health advocates, good afternoon. This is the position of PRC regarding your bill. The Professional Regulation Commission and the Professional Regulatory Boards are in full support of SB number 379. May I share with you in relation to those topics taken already, may I share with you my own personal experience?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
And I would like to thank the Senator for having given us the opportunity to participate in this very significant event, because for me, it's really a very rare opportunity, because with your bill, sir, you have brought to the forefront the role of the guidance counselor. For everybody to know, I have been with the academy for 41 years and designated as guidance counselor. So probably you can imagine the experiences I have had when we still didn't have this law, because kasi wala pa noon kung ano ang dapat gagawin ng counselor. But when I was designated as a guidance counselor, knowing the services in the guidance profession, to enumerate it, we have orientation, information, testing, referral, follow-up, placement, and counseling. These are supposed to be the services to be conducted by a guidance counselor in a guidance office. So looking at these services, we can now see that at the start, we have already been practicing mental health activities, because in guidance and counseling, we are supposed to be developmental and preventive. So at the start, if we have only plenty of guidance counselor in each school, and each course, each department will be provided with a guidance counselor, I think even at the start, we have already preventing the coming out of something like mental health problems. Kaya yun, tamang-tama. When I was in the academy, connected with the Cagayan State University with 7 campuses, I saw to it that each campus will be provided with a guidance counselor following this kind of program. Kaya nga po, naiiwasan talaga ang pagdating ng mga problema ng ating mga kabataan kung sa kauna-unahan pa pong pag-meet natin sa kanila, we already are assessing their needs and their concerns. Tulad halimbawa yung sinabi nila kanina, yung involvement of parents. During our time, when we have students with concerns, fina-follow up po namin sa kanilang mga bahay, which is not possible nowadays. Noon, pati mga teachers po, kung may mga problema sila sa kanilang mga estudyante, pinupuntahan yung bahay ng mga magulang. So that was the involvement of the parents. We call that follow-up service. Tungkol ho naman sa career, we have what we call placement. Yung guidance counselor, tinutulungan yung estudyante kung ano ang kurso na dapat niyang kunin. O kung ano ang mga activities na dapat niyang involve. Halimbawa, dramatics, singing contest, or what. Just to discover their potentials. Develop their potentials to the fullest. So, ganun po ang nangyayari. Kung ganyan lang po sana na meron tayong kompleto talagang staff na headed by a guidance counselor, maiiwasan po natin, we can prevent those mental health problems that we are now encountering. Kasi ang kailangan lang po ng mga bata, yung may nakikinig sa kanila. Kaya kung if you spend time with these students, extra time, go, talagang pagbibigyan mo sila ng pagkakataon na masabi ang kanilang mga problema, talagang mariresolve po natin, maiiwasan po natin ang mga problema natin ngayong na nakikita. Just lately, somebody called me up. Naghahanap ng psychologist. But before giving her that the person who should really a psychologist, I said, ano ba ang problema mo? Very simple pala ang problema. Yung nanay niya, masyado daw makulit. Oh, sabi, lahat daw ng galaw niya, pinapansin. Also, I really did some counseling. Pagkatapos, ganun ma'am pala, no? O sige ma'am. So I did not refer her anymore to a psychologist because I was able to handle it at that very moment when we talk. Meron pa pong isang problema. Very simple problem. But it is there where we can see the importance of the guidance counselor. I have a daughter at Brisbane who is now a guidance counselor. Very simple problem po. But in Brisbane, they put great importance to the existence of a guidance counselor. Very simple problem. Mawag ang isang client, wife, sabi, we're always quarreling with my husband. And then my daughter asked, bakit? Very simple. Washing of the dishes. Paragi raw silang nag-aaway dahil sa paghuhugas ng pinggan. Very simple, but just to show to you that they really put importance in the existence of a guidance counselor. Pagkatapos, simple solution. Why don't you try to wash your own plate? Suggest that to your husband. Yun lang. I didn't know that that's really that simple. So ngayon, hindi na sila nag-aaway kasi kanya-kanyang hugas ng pinggan. So, ang dami talaga pong mga problems in this world. But a guidance counselor, as long as competent and efficient, can really do preventive action on these activities. Yun po.
Thank you, Dr. Guzman, for sharing with us your thoughts. You mentioned earlier, guidance counselors are supposed to be the person that students talk to. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
So in our current setup in our country, based on your expert opinion, who does our students talk to
I usually say,
right now in our current setup right now?
in fact,
Who
sir,
do they talk to?
in fact, sir, during the admission period, the guidance counselor is always there. We have what we call the initial interview. And then these students are asked to fill up a form, biodata, information about them. Yun, kaya at the start, malalaman na ng teacher, ay malalaman na po ng guidance counselor kung ano ang dapat gawin ng bata.
But knowing that we have a massive acute shortage of guidance counselors in our public schools, hindi tayo 1:1 ngayon eh.
Hindi po.
So, ano ngayon ang nangyayari in our schools?
Yung teacher po. Teachers.
So, ang point of contact ng students are teachers.
Teachers.
So, in your opinion, can we capacitate our teachers to have at least some form of training?
Yes, sir.
Because realistically, I'll show some figures mamaya, no? But realistically, we're not gonna fill up that ilan bang kailangan? 45,000 requirement of DepEd. In our data is 47,000, no? So is that, I just want to get your expert opinion whether our teachers can be capacitated. At least minimum lang, they're not gonna perform, of course, guidance counselor function, but at least minimum to address and to prevent.
In fact po, ang talagang pangangailangan lang nating guidance counselor dun sa parte ng counseling. But the rest can be done by any advocate. Like for example, our teachers, basta yung sabi nga ni Senator Tulfo kanina, we really have to look at the behavior of our teachers themselves. So ang dapat talaga na nasa front line na teacher, yung talagang may mga puso po, may pagpasensya. Ano pa yun?
Most ganun. I'm sure mayroong mga minority naman yung mga pasaway, no?
Oo, yun nga.
Ang tanong ko lang, are our teachers, can they be capacitated?
Yes.
Dr. Banse.
Yun po yung sinasabi natin na depende po kasi dun sa scope ng gagawin. Pero pagka binanggit po natin yung mental health program and then mental health literacy, ang kasama din po dun yung no ng red flags, no. Ito po yung psychological first aid, no, providing psychological first aid, for example, or mental health first aid kung tawagin po yan. So the teachers are kahit ngayon po yun po yung ginagawa natin, no, na in a small scale, no, basis. We train teachers to spot, no, those who are in distress, no, and then what to do with it. Simple interventions po, no, conversing with them, no, listening to them. So tinitrain po natin yung teachers, pero yung una po dyan is assessment talaga, no. And then ang pinaka mangyayari po dyan, if the teachers are unable to address already the severity of the concern, then that is referred, no. So kaya po may sinasabi tayong hierarchy, so that is referred to the guidance counselor. At some point, maybe the guidance counselor may not be able to address it because it manifests psychological illnesses, then that gets referred to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. So may leveling po eh. Doon po sa level ng providing mental health first aid, providing mental health literacy, kahit sino po pwede nating i-train dyan. And fortunately, we have the teachers as the mental health frontliners in that regard.
We should include that in the bill kasi walang, maybe as an example or as part of the program, a mental health
First aid training po for teachers.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. In the context of basic education, Mr. Chair, since I was once a school head before being a assistant superintendent in the field, we consider our teachers to be guidance teachers. So if one teacher is assigned as a class advisor, he is a guidance teacher. And during the homeroom guidance program session, of course, usually scheduled early in the morning, doon na nag-i-input si teacher. And true enough that teachers can be capacitated, and that is what we are doing at the grassroots. Galing po ako sa isang probinsya, just 80 days old pa lang ako dito sa central office, but these are our practices at the lower level. We capacitate our teachers, and of course, we also establish and strengthen support services. And we even mobilize the Supreme Government Council, the SSG and the SPJ, to help their fellow students or learners na may mga problema. And as regards sa concern ni Senator Binay on parents' participation, we do that. And in fact, we have been intensifying connect with our parents and do conduct trainings with the parents. And napakaganda po yung nangyayari sa baba actually in support to the mental health of our students. Yan lang po.
Yeah, but the training of our teachers, it's not all, no?
Usually our advisors.
The advisors only are being trained. Is that nationwide?
Yes, sir. Because I guess there was a DepEd memo strengthening the implementation of homeroom guidance program.
Okay. All right. I'll go back to the trends. I want to ask the experts who are with us right now. Based on your observation, this is only for school-age children. Are the cases increasing or decreasing based on your observation? Anyone can answer po, no? Sige po.
Senator, of course, increasing po talaga ngayon, no? And we even have a lot of special cases din po talaga ngayon, no? Aside from the mental health problem, meron din po tayong mga special kids ngayon. Okay? And especially with the pandemic, yung transition po talaga, isa po sa mga diagnosis lagi ng mga psychiatrists natin, adjustment disorder.
So, in your opinion also, the pandemic has aggravated?
Yeah, malaki po.
Yeah, because we want to
Hindi
capture...
po kasi sila nakapaglaro normally, no? And the children really need to socialize.
May numbers po tayo dyan, but not on school children. There was actually an increase of around 50%, 57% in actual suicide cases, no, during the pandemic.
50%?
Nag-increase po yun noong 2020, no? So that's a World Health Organization number.
20%.
That's Philippines?
Philippines po yan.
Okay.
So from I think 16 to 25 nationwide. So tumaas po nung pandemic, but yung numbers po kasi na pag-increase, we don't know how to interpret it kasi minsan it's really about the reporting as well. So baka tumataas yung reporting.
Observe kasi, no, in like, whenever I interact with our constituents in Valenzuela, especially in the public school, the knowledge about mental health is very shallow. The appreciation is very shallow. No, that's what my observation. No? Unlike with, of course, with wealthy students or students who are in the middle class or upper, they know where to go. No, they know who to tap. But with our poorer constituents, they don't know where to go. No, they go to the barangay. They don't know what the barangay cannot answer them. They go to the health centers. Some of the health centers, especially kung may doctor and nurses, they can refer them. No, but kanina maganda yung point ni Dr. Hoxon. I want to put is the referral.
I will send the the referral system.
Wala sa bill yan. Maybe we can embed a referral.
Meron po
bill.
sa DepEd, Senator. So just to implement na lang. And then Senator, siguro just to correct lang din po. Ang kultura kasi, unfortunately ng public school, sa counselor ay disciplinarian. No? So yung mga, unfortunately, yung mga guidance advocate natin, ay bato-bato lang po sa langit. No? But talaga pong nakapag-observe ako ng ganyan. So ang counselor po ay hindi po disciplinarian. Hindi po kami nagbibigay ng sanction, no? But we definitely go for, we investigate the case at pag disciplinarya ng case, tsaka po i-refer sa counselor for psychological processing. Kasi minsan po, meron tayong mga nagnakaw na bata. Meron palang tendency for example, for bipolar disorder because of the mania. So, magkakarigtong po yan. But definitely, we want to correct that unethical practice ng isang counselor po ay hindi po disciplinarian. Definitely. Kaya po, we really advocate for the professionalization. Hindi po tayo mag-training as para counseling, but there are really levels, no? Kung ano po yung gagawin ng isang teacher na natin-ring. Kaya po ang proposal namin sa Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, for the meantime, no, para po mapunuan, is we advocate for psychometrician, no, licensed psychomet po yan at pinanggalingan din po, psychologist din po ako at psychology graduate yan, but they have to take at least, no, yung pong 18 units po ng guidance and counseling. Pwede silang mag-practice, no? But definitely supervised by a licensed counselor. Kaya po ang licensed counselor, ipinopropose namin na specialist, no? Para po mag-guide po nila. So we have supervision trainings for our counselor, no, na magiging licensed counselor.
Just to add po, Senator, kung pwede lang, dating po dun sa program kasi, if, on top of my head lang naman, but if you're looking at essential elements of that that counseling, of that well-being program, ang number one po talaga dyan yung mental health literacy. So talagang yung kasama po dyan yung self-care, yung mental health hygiene, no, how to take care of yourself, no. Yung second po dyan, yung mental health first aid, no. Ang ibig sabihin po niyan, training the teachers or the frontliners on how to spot and how to manage, no, yung mga nakikita nilang problems around them. And then yung third po dyan, yung referral system, no, na once you get to spot and you say that this needs further requirements, no, in terms of intervention, ano yung kanino mo ipapasa? So yan po yung parang pinaka-main. The one po siguro will be the crisis response. So pagka nagkaroon na ng problem talaga, no, nagbe-breakdown na yung bata doon sa school or may nakita siyang suicidal, ganyan na anong gagawin niya, no? Yung crisis response system na yan should be part of the well-being program also.
Should be also in the bill,
Yeah.
crisis response, no? Wala tayo in the bill. That's why the experts should know, and feel free to add the referral system, we can put it here. Crisis management, we can put it here. Elaboration of the program, we can put it here. No, so we can actually come up with a very comprehensive mental health law for basic education. Iba pa yung sa buong no, for the entire country. Ma'am Banse, and then we'll call Dr. Agnes, and then we'll call Dr. Ke, and then we'll go back to DepEd again. Ma'am Agnes.
May idadagdag lang po ako doon sa program. Siguro magiging maliwanag kung yung mental health program natin ay merong preventive aspect. So lahat ng mga preventive measures doon, may yung preventive na 'yon. Tapos pagka nagkaroon na ng preventive, meron pong magkakaroon na ng intervention. Sa preventive measure na andoon yung assessment, doon na makikita ko ano talaga ang needs. Tapos, magkakaroon na po ng intervention. So yung intervention, sinasabi kanina ni Dr. Mateo, yung 3-tier na sinasabi natin na yung total population, bibigyan sila ng mental health awareness. Tapos yung meron doon na kinakailangan mga small groups naman, i-group sila kasi nakakita sa kanila yung mga special needs, merong mga at risk na sila. Nakakita na sila ng mga problems on adjustment, problems on relationship, problems with parents, and gano'n. So, and then, pagdating doon sa third tier, ayun na po yung individual counseling. Gagawin ng guidance counselor, lahat na magagawa niya sa individual counseling. Pero, mga 5% po usually ang pumapasok doon na kinakailangan talaga pag hindi nagawa ng guidance counselor kasi ang guidance counselor masyadong marami ng ginagawa. So, ang gagawin niya, magre-refer na po siya. So, yung 5% na yun na talagang at risk, na highly at risk, aaton ng guidance counselor, pero hindi kasi ito yung kinakailangan ng long term, kasi masyadong malaki na ang problema, i-refer na po siya sa psychology. So, yan ang pumapasok doon sa intervention. Pagdating po naman doon sa after ng intervention, we have what we call yung na pong postvention. Yun na yung sa postvention, ano na ang gagawin natin doon sa mga taong, halimbawa, nag-commit ng suicide or nag-attempt ng suicide, tapos yung mga crisis na po. So, ano ang postvention na gagawin? So, magiging 3 po ang levels: prevention, intervention, and postvention. Ayun lang po.
Dr. Agnes?
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. I really appreciate your concern to the children and the people of the Republic of the Philippines. Just to share, Senator, right now the setup, in all schools we have guidance centers, and we have guidance counselors. Most of the schools have guidance counselors. Just to upgrade, and this is also based from experience as an academician, because most of our guidance counselors, once they will find the child as having issues, they will immediately refer it to the psychologists or mental health professionals. My suggestion is that, how about if the bill 379 would include to upgrade our centers, not just a guidance counseling center, but it could be upgraded as there is already a guidance counselor in the basic education basic education institutions. Then we have also school psychologists. Then we have, because at the moment we have nurses. At the moment we have nurses, and some schools have even doctors, why don't we upgrade our system as there is the presence of our guidance counselors, there is the presence of our psychologists, so that the guidance counselors, if they will refer it, the psychologist is already there. And if we need to elevate it to a psychiatrist, then at first it could be handled by our medical doctors in our schools, in the basic education. It's just a matter of integrating the system, because the center is already in place. And I think the government will not spend that much, because we have already school nurses, we have guidance counselors, then we can have school psychologists to assess and come up with a very good mental health interventions. What is important here is we can prevent the mental health issues and take care of the well-being of our students and other people in general, because it's not only the children in the institutions, even the teachers, right now we have a lot of teachers who are suffering from mental health concerns because of the pandemic. So the center would cater. I think the government will not be spending that much. Yun lang po, Senator, ang aking suggestion. I don't know if the others will agree with me, because all of us are practitioners in the field in promoting the mental health and well-being of our Filipino people. Thank you po.
Thank you, Dr. Agnes. To Dr. Ke? You're on mute, ma'am.
For giving me this opportunity to say my piece. This has been a very interesting discussion, and I appreciate the fact that I've been part of it. Now, we've been having interesting discussions. I just want to things together. First, I really need, or I would say, given the mental health law, particularly section 23 and 24, in reference to the educational system, I believe the DepEd should come up with a strong mental health policy. So all activities, programs can be put together to prioritize these programs as well. Now, from this mental health policy, we need, as pointed out by Dr. Karandang earlier, a mental health program, because this is the center point of the mental health policy or the promotion of mental health in basic education. Now, there was mention about, the different programs already in place, like the homeroom guidance, the different modules developed for our students. Senator Binay asked if we have a continuing program. Now, I'd like to point out that Portugal, under the SICAD program, has actually a mental health program for drug demand reduction. We know the history of Portugal, and SICAD is a very powerful blueprint for drug reduction and drug use reduction. Now, they have just one curriculum, Me and the World. And this curriculum is followed through the different grade level. First, it's all about me, and then me and my family, me and my friends. Anyway, the curriculum is about me and the world, and there are several experiential activities within this curriculum where students can actually discuss their experiences. But the point is, we have to go back to the mental health policy and define the stakeholders. So from the mental health policy to the mental health program, we look into a mentally healthy workplace. So, and only then can we create the structure to make this work and identify the various personnel needed to support program effectiveness and success. Now, mention was specifically made about the family, so we can have programs for the family. And I understand that the school system actually has the PTA, the Parents Teachers Association. So family programs can be worked out through these PTAs. But what is important are the essentials. And what Dr. Nino mentioned about the different layers of care, from general care to intensive and specialized care, because these different levels of care would also require different programs, and we need to put all together this program. So I'm aware the Professional Regulation Commission, particularly for the Board of Psychology, and practicing clinician at the same time. So I'm well aware of the increase in the number of suicide cases. But it's not just about the pandemic, but about the complexity of this world, including the mental health crisis. I'm coming from the island of Bohol, and many of the suicide cases I've encountered are rooted to post-traumatic stress disorder. Trauma brought about by, even before Odette, by the big earthquake in 2013, which has not been processed. That's why part of the training, I believe, for our guidance advocates and mental health professionals, especially in the school system, would be addressing trauma and crisis. So I'm very happy about this bill, more so that it has generated a lot of ideas. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Dr. Ke, for your insights. Now, let's go to the next topic, no? Because we already identified the problems, we already identified what DepEd is doing, we already talked about the trends, and feel free to eat po. I saw si Doctor. So feel free. No. It's almost 1:30 or past 1:30, so let's have a working lunch, no? So that we cover as much as we can. Because we plan to have only one hearing and then technical working group na, so para matapos natin kaagad, no? So now we have identified through the hearing, we said that the program is very important, so we'll itemize that later on with the help of our experts. Now, who will roll out the program? No? That is a critical question, and I think we are all in sync that we don't have enough people to roll this out. No, and I'll just show you some figures. DepEd prescribes 1:500, correct? One guidance counselor is to 500. So if you look at the student population, and if you look at the current, look at the population and compare that to the ratio, we will need approximately 47,000 guidance counselors. No? Ideal. No? Right now, even though assuming all the guidance counselors in the Philippines will work in DepEd, hindi pa rin kaya eh. You know? Malayo. No? it's near impossible. No, so that's the where we are right now, and because of that, because of the because of that problem, we only have, tama pa, DepEd, 1,192 guidance counselors in DepEd. Tama? More or less, more or less lang. 1,032, more or less. So if you compare that to our student population now, it's 1:2 for senior high school, junior high school, senior high school. It's 1:8,000 students. If we add elementary, it's 1:20,000 students right now. No, so that's where we are right now. I just want to share that to the body. That's why we've been thinking about this problem, because it's easy to create a program, through law. But how do we roll it out without adequate experts and manpower? It's very difficult to roll this out. It's close to impossible. So in the bill, we came up with some innovations. We admit that we have to preserve the qualification of a guidance counselor. We cannot diminish that. No? And tama si Dr. Roxanne, we're talking about lives here. No? And we're talking about people who are in need. And we need experts to know how to address those needs. No? And we cannot diminish that because we're talking about lives. No? Hindi kagaya ng pag-ubo and sipon, at least ubo and sipon. Ito, ibang klase. No? Suicidal tendencies. It's very complex. No? So I don't want to diminish the qualifications and the stature of a guidance counselor. But to address the shortage, because obviously my shortage tayo about 42,000, we created a new class, no? And this is the guidance associate, no? And the guidance associate is not meant to perform the functions of a guidance counselor. Let's be clear on that. But it will help the guidance. It has two tasks, no, major tasks: to help the guidance counselors and to perform tasks that can be delegated by a guidance counselor. No, so that is the innovation that we introduced in the bill. And I want to get comments from DepEd and from the experts on what do you think of that innovation, no? In the bill, so that we can discuss that now. Any comments on that?
Mr. Chair, on the side of DepEd, we believe that that is a very strategic and very innovative approach because, as mentioned a while ago, there was a career progression track for the guidance specialists, but this will allow us to actually funnel those who are graduating from allied medical courses that have affiliation to mental health or psychology into the DepEd family, wherein if we will be introducing them as guidance associates, they can eventually, as part of their training and development, choose to take up additional units or undergo additional training that will eventually make them qualified for the other higher posts that we have. And at the same time, that will also help address the lack of deep data that we have when it comes to mental health within our schools by bringing in your psychometricians, among others, to help us collect these important data points. And furthermore, this bill, in terms of its essence, will actually help secure the prevention of more mental health cases emanating or being apparent among our learners, primarily because, Senator, as you are very much familiar with, this is the first time that we have a special provision in DepEd's budget specifically for mental health. And it still is a special provision. By having this bill enacted into law, we can actually guarantee yearly funding for mental health, and that will actually allow us to implement and sustain the program for a longer period of time. That's why our focus this year, Senator, is to establish the baseline and to conduct all the necessary studies and manpower complement analysis that would be needed in order for us to roll out the programs for years to come.
And any comment from the experts on the guidance associates or people, we have some experts on Zoom. If you have any, do you want to comment on that? Is that a wise introduction to address our shortage? What we want to address is the immediate shortage. No, of course, in the bill, long term. No? In the bill, we will increase the salary to salary grade 16 to make it competitive. So hopefully, because of that increase, we will attract guidance counselors to work in the government. No, but even though we attract all 4,000, kulang pa rin eh. No? So that's why we created a new position in order to fill up the requirement. But we want to also get from our comments from our experts on their opinion on that. What type of task or functions should they perform? Is the law already adequate in terms of the functions that they will perform? So we want to get your opinion on that.
We fully support, Mr. Chair, yung establishment of a guidance associate position. Would probably, yung isa sa mga pinag-uusapan namin kanina is really on who's gonna be the person, no? Who's gonna be designated as a guidance associate. And also the scope of the work that they're gonna do. Kasi if they're gonna be guidance associate, then they're gonna be limited on the type of work that they're gonna perform. But ang iniisip ko kasi, given the trend, no, ang nangyayari din sa guidance associate would probably be at some point working on the tasks, no, of guidance counselors. Ang mangyayari po dito, ang maganda po dun sa guidance associate is that I think we can fill up that that number with the requirements kasi any psychology major will be able to perform the task and be guidance associate, di ba po? Psych major, social work, and human services. Ang mas concern po namin would be how do you elevate the guidance associate to a guidance counselor at some particular time, no? And that's why there were some things that we were suggesting. Ako naman po, sir, is in relation to an advocate of the psychometricians, no, that we have. I was thinking of how do we provide premium to those who have licenses already kasi the psychometricians are licensed, registered sila, you know. They passed the board exam. They're very much central to the delivery of mental health mental health programs, no. Apart from the designated task of assessment, no, that the law requires. So paano po, ang iniisip ko, paano po kaya mabigyan ng yung licensed psychometricians as the person designated as guidance associate?
Just to pursue kay Dr. Mateo, itong psychometricians, they're licensed already.
Opo, license po yan.
Bachelor's degree in psychology, but they took up the board and they became licensed.
Yes. Opo.
Pardon me for my ignorance, but can they perform guidance counselor functions?
Hindi po. Yung iba pong part, iba pong work ng guidance counselor, kaya po niya i-perform. Yung mga pinag-uusapan po natin kanina on mental health awareness, yung mga ganito, delivery, training, kaya po niya yan.
Okay. Before I continue, let me recognize Commissioner Cueto of the PRC. Commissioner, go ahead po. Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me share my PowerPoint presentation. So you have the supply and demand, meaning how many guidance counselors, although this has been reported already, 4,379 registered and active 3,286, meaning active valid ID. And then psychologists, 1,691, 1,466 active. As far as psychometrician, again, this was mentioned, 26,252 and active 17,000. Social worker was never, I think, mentioned during the discussion, but we have that in the list of mental health professionals. 37,234 and 25,000 active. And then for physician, we may have 162,000, 94,000 active, but only about 500 to 600 psychiatrists. Then there are nurses also in DepEd schools, and I don't know the exact number, but we have 493,000 active. Half of that, I think, from the figures of the Department of Health, they are abroad. And of course, we have professional teachers numbering 1.9 million registered and 1.2 million active. And DepEd is the major employer of graduates of the licensure examination for professional teacher. So we have one scenario where if we just rely on the number of guidance counselors, and if we are able to predict, because the passing percentage is about 61 to 65%, but the number of takers, the maximum is about, the biggest is 660, and the biggest number of passers is 405. In 5 years, we will only have 2,000 additional guidance counselors. So that's still a very far cry from the requirement, from the demand of guidance counselor for every 500 students. That's scenario number one. Scenario number two is, as proposed, we utilize the 26,000 psychometricians, but they will need additional training and exposure in guidance and counseling. So again, predicting from the trends in the psychometrician licensure examination, the passing percentage, the highest is 63.73% in October 2019. And the biggest number of passers is 6,800. If that is maintained, because that was the only year when we had 10,660 takers, if that is maintained, 6,800, so let's just extrapolate it to 7,000. In 5 years, we will have 35,000 psychometricians. So that's scenario number two. But as I said, they will require additional training in guidance and counseling. The third scenario is, although this has already been mentioned, that professional teachers will be given roles. And because we were discussing levels of care, and the most important is early detection. Just like any medical condition or any disease, it's always early detection. And because the professional teachers are the ones in contact with their students, maybe there are telltale signs of early manifestation of mental health problems like unruly behavior, academic delinquency, and so on and so forth. And they will be the first one to be able to detect and maybe refer, because we're talking of a referral system, which goes to higher level, to the level of a guidance counselor, to the level of a psychologist, to the level of a psychiatrist. So that's what was being discussed. Now, as far as the guidance counselor level is concerned, there is also a presentation from the PGCA, the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, proposing a specialist levels 1 to 5, I think, or 7. But if the existing number of guidance counselors will specialize and will now become guidance services specialists, then we may not have an increase in the number, because those guidance counselor will only get to specialize. I don't know. I have not seen the specialization program. In the PRC, we have career progression specialization program already, and I have not seen the guidance and counseling specialization program. How long will it take for a guidance counselor to specialize? So we have a window of 5 years, for example, because that's the sunset review after 5 years. If this bill passes into law, then we will have a review of what would have been accomplished. So there are a number, at least 3 scenarios, which we will need to examine and determine which of this will be the most effective. And I heard that referring to Section 11, the qualifications of a guidance associate, academic requirements for a bachelor's degree in guidance and counseling, or completed academic requirements for a bachelor's degree in psychology. I fully agree that the psychometrician may be the best candidate as far as this is concerned because they have already passed a licensure examination given by the Professional Regulation Commission. In Section 14, professional and career development of mental health professionals, there is a requirement that we should align the qualifications and standards for the qualification outcomes of mental health professionals to RA number 10968 or the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act. So this is a regulated profession, guidance counseling and psychology. And if we are going to comply with the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act, then the competency assessment must be complied with. And I don't know, I heard our chairman state that this is an innovative approach, tapping those who have completed the academic requirements for a bachelor's degree in guidance and counseling, and those who completed the academic requirements for a bachelor's degree in psychology, social work, human services, and those who have earned a minimum of 12 units of behavioral science subjects and 200 hours of supervised practicum or internship experience or guidance and counseling. And I agree that can be the fourth scenario. But as I said, because there's a provision of complying with the Philippine Qualifications Framework, competency assessment and award of qualifications after competency assessment, maybe that can still be complied with. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to present this slide and some of the considerations that we need to think of. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I get it that you are suggesting to add psychometricians as guidance associate as one of the qualifications to be a guidance associate. Is that what you are suggesting?
Mr. Chair, that has already been proposed. And I was just pointing out that between a graduate of a BS Psychology and a psychometrician who has passed a licensure examination given by the PRC, I would prefer the psychometrician, but still they may still undergo additional training to be able to perform the task of a guidance counselor. So that's what I stated, Mr. Chair. And looking at the number of psychometricians, it would be faster to reach the required 47,000 with psychometricians rather than with guidance counselors. But I don't know the number of bachelor's degree holder of guidance and counseling and the total number of bachelor's degree in psychology, because my only basis is the number of takers in the psychologist and psychometrician licensure examinations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, going by the suggestion of Dr. Mateo, we can include psychometricians to become guidance associates. Tama? That's the suggestion of our experts? Because there's...
Mr. Chairman, the law already states.
Yeah.
The bill already states that psychologists can be even without the license. Actually, I'm just trying to reconcile Section 13, hiring and employment of mental health professionals, and it says here that the second paragraph that the schools may hire who do not yet qualify. May hire graduates with relevant backgrounds who do not yet qualify as mental health professionals to provide mental health services, provided that they be licensed as mental health professionals within 3 years. So I'm not sure, sir, kung this connects to the associates or the guidance counselor. if this pertains to guidance counselors, then I feel that the psychometricians are actually at an advantage to take the position of guidance counselors, not guidance associate, if you're licensed psychometricians, provided what is said in Section 13, which is that in 3 years, you will be licensed guidance counselor. This was the setup that we had in 2007, I think, when we had the grandfather clause for guidance counselors. Since we don't have licensed guidance counselors yet during that time, we gave them 3 years if they are in the positions of guidance counselors, even though they don't have the license yet. So this is also a practice in private schools that they will allow you, quote unquote, to be a guidance associate of the school, informally, but you're given 3 years to get your degree.
Okay. The concept here is we will set up a center. So every school will have a center. Of course, the center will take time. The center will be staffed with a registered guidance counselor, a guidance associate, and other necessary officers. So that is the end goal. But in the meantime, since that will take time, schools can hire mental health professionals. And we enumerated the qualifications of what a mental health professional is, So medical doctor, nurse, guidance counselor, guidance associate, who can be psychologist, psychometrician, social worker, and etc. So the end goal is to have that center. The center will be staffed with a guidance counselor. But in the meantime, we're rolling that out through the roadmap. Schools can hire mental health professionals, and we elaborated the qualifications of the mental health professionals. So that is the concept that we are thinking. So in other words, schools will now be empowered to hire mental health professionals to include psychometricians, psychologists, psychometricians, social worker, and other allied professionals. So that's the concept. Is that workable? Any comments on that?
Yeah. Ako po, just to also protect the integrity and ethics of the guidance and counseling practice, I'll go for, that's our proposal for the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, to have the psychometrician, but subject to the taking of the major courses for guidance and counseling. That those were 6 subjects, and they should be supervised by a licensed counselor in the center. So that's why we are asking for the specialist item. Now, in UP, in the University of the Philippines, most of our counselors there are starting for specialist 2. And they are MA and they are experienced. So I do hope that we can go for that supervision of a licensed counselor, just to protect because we have a lot of malpractices, in the, unfortunately, private and public schools, and it is really giving a lot of psychological risk, and that will be really dangerous for all of us. So if that can be the case, psychomet, and then not 6 courses of the MA in guidance and counseling, and for the meantime, just like the one mentioned by Dr. Nino, the grandfather's class that you had before, in the meantime, for the 3 years, in order to augment the scarcity of counselors, we will have a period of 3 years. And if they can sign somewhat a waiver that they should finish going to the master's degree, for them to, because in the private school we had that, in the time of the grandfather's clause, we really crammed, because we have a contract, so we will be removed in our company if we cannot get the license in 3 years. Just to give them a carrot and a stick that they really have to pursue their MA in counseling for them to really be practitioners in the future.
I think that's a good point, and we can include that during the technical working
Yeah.
group, those details. But that's a very good point. No? And also, Commissioner Cueto made a good point on the 5 years. I think we could increase the 3 years to 5 years based on the number of graduates coming in, number of psychometricians coming in the workforce. No? So we can adjust that during the technical working group. But that's a very good point. That's why the technical working group will discuss all the details of the bill. Now it's just more on the concepts. Yes, go ahead, Director.
Sir, just a point to perhaps consider, no? In one of our comments from our group, the HROD, there is a very peculiar statistic here. It says as of 2018, there are 1,090 non-registered guidance counselor occupying guidance counselor positions in DepEd. Now, if you look at the entire number of the guidance counselors, including our specialists, there are only 1,196. Yes. So if you look at the number 1,090 and then 1,196, you will see that the bulk of our, what do you call this one? Guidance counselors in DepEd are non-registered. By non-registered, that means I think they did not take the exam or anything. But yeah, so just a point of comparison, sir.
There's I know that DepEd proposed to the DBM, no, a rearrangement of your career progression, and this is to create guidance services specialists. Is that already created in guidance service specialist, or to be created?
We only have, it's a request, sir. We only have 5 right now, and as I said earlier, out of the 5 authorized, there are 4 that are filled up, and
But
there is only
those
one.
positions are already created.
Yes, they're existing. This one.
They're existing. Okay.
Yes.
And what are the qualifications of a guidance services specialist? This is broader than a guidance counselor, correct?
Sir, basically, if you look at the educational requirements, master's degree in guidance counseling also, just like this, the same as all those guidance counselors. But in experience, the difference is in experience. It's 2 years for guidance service specialist 2. For guidance service specialist 1, it's 1 year. And then on training, it's 4 hours for guidance specialist 1. And for guidance service specialist 2, it's around 8 hours. So basically, those are the two things, sir.
No, so a guidance service specialist, what are the qualifications? Sorry.
It's master's degree in guidance counseling, the same as all the other guidance counselors. But in terms of experience, for guidance services specialist 1, it's 1 year. But for guidance service specialist 2, it's 2 years. And then in terms of training, it's 4 hours for guidance specialist 1. And about 8 hours for guidance specialist.
What's the difference between a guidance counselor and a guidance specialist?
Right now, policy making, sir, ang guidance specialist.
Policy making. So it's a management role.
Yes.
No, it's a management role. Okay. But in your let me flash this. But in your proposal, you removed guidance counselors. There's no more guidance counselors. Is that correct? Let me just show on the screen. I think this is the proposal of DepEd to remove guidance counselors and to convert it to guidance service specialists.
Sir, from what I was informed, we did not propose.
This one. And then increase the salary grade.
Yeah.
Tama? So you will now remove guidance counselors, and then there's only going to be guidance services specialist 1 at salary grade 16. 16, 7, pataas na siya. That's the
That's the proposal that we have here, sir. I think it makes sense because it will take a little more time to put guidance counselors as provided for here in terms of the requirements, no, qualifications nila. That is why siguro yung career progression, sir, will start from salary grade 11 dun muna sa mga guidance associates. And I was talking with Asek Galban kanina po, yung dun naman sa psychometrician, perhaps salary grade 13 as entry something, sir. Parang ganun.
Just again for context, Senator, in terms of entry level, the closest possibly to juxtapose things would be a nurse and a psychometrician, both holding bachelor's degrees and also with license. The entry level of nurses, as per the nursing law, is salary grade 15. That is not the case for our psychometricians who get into the service. And actually, for registered guidance counselors, it's still 11. So this is primarily just to help correct the structure so that we do not experience a severe case of wage distortion.
Okay. Let's do this, no, for DepEd. Because in our bill, we didn't take into consideration guidance services specialists, no? So we only had two items, guidance counselors and guidance associates. So let's merge it with your proposal if you still want to pursue guidance services specialist, because once the law is enacted, the guidance service specialist will disappear. No, it will disappear. To simplify matters, there will only be guidance counselors and guidance associates. No, and then we will allow schools to hire mental health professionals and expand the qualifications of the mental health specialist. No, but that's also subject to later on to some amendments as we go along. But if just talk to your management if you still want to pursue to guidance service specialists. How do you merge it with the bill? No, because it will create confusion.
Sir, yes. Sir, I was informed that the reason why this was chosen, this was the path chosen, was to accommodate the salary grades as proposed by DBM. But we agree with you, sir, that we can probably look at it again and considering all the things that we have found out today in this hearing, we can look at it again and then maybe change.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and then during the technical working group, we can talk about it. But in a position paper, and start talking to your management already, because we don't want to, in the law, it's different, and then the proposal is different. It will create confusion, especially for CSC. No. Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Mateo, and then Dr. Hoxon.
Mr. Chair, yung doon po kasing confusion with the psychometrician is that we have only two levels, the guidance counselor and then the guidance associate. But in terms of the personnel, we actually have three. All graduates with a bachelor's degree in any helping profession, and then the psychometrician who has a license, and then the guidance counselor who has an MA degree and a license. So there's confusion dun sa, I think also Commissioner Cueto is mentioning that earlier, na the best person to be the guidance associate is the psychometrician. And I have another reason for that, because if you read on section 12 functions of a guidance associate, letter B says conducts preliminary screening and evaluation. And letter F says assist the guidance counselor in assessing and monitoring learners. Both are by law of RA 129, the psychology law, states that only psychometricians are allowed to conduct assessments. So you cannot do assessment if you are not licensed psychometrician. To clarify our stand, personally by the Psychological Association of the Philippines, is that we would like to propose that the position of guidance associate be filled up by psychometricians. That will clear up the role of the screening and evaluation and the assessing and monitoring, which is a law in itself. Thank you.
Okay, I get it now. So in other words, you remove psychology here and replace it with psychometricians.
The guidance associate will be licensed psychometrician, so they have the license already. The psychology, kasi yung nandun po sa section po ng requirements, ang nakalagay po lang doon, bachelor's degree eh.
Yes, yes. But the essence here is to capture cast the biggest net, or cast a big net so that you capture everyone. No, so that's the essence here.
Yun po lang ang proposal namin kasi po yung requirement for assessment, ano po yun is saklaw po ng RA 129. So if and also the psychometricians also, as compared to let's say social work, notwithstanding any concern, but yung background po kasi ng psychometrician, psychology, so specific to mental health. Thank you.
We're trying to also, si Kat was telling me, we're trying to also avoid, kasi each profession will have their own law. No, so we're very careful not to tinker with that, or else ang dami tayong gagalawin. No, so and then we might be declared, or we might be accused of riding, or the bill will be a rider bill. No, so we're walking actually a very thin line when it comes to the profession. So Kat was advising me not to touch many things on its individual, kasi social work will have its own law, psychology will have their own law.
Yeah.
Medyo complicated yan eh. No? Guidance counselors will have their own law. So ang ginawa namin, this is a product of a long discussion internally. In fact, we consulted also the guidance counselor team, no? Si Dr.
Guzman.
Si Dr. Guzman, si Dr. Banson. We had a meeting here to understand the profession of guidance counselors. So we made sure that we're not encroaching on the other profession. So I get the point of Dr. Mateo, and feel free to send us a position paper or articulate it during the technical working group. We'll think about it also. No, legally, I think that's more of a legal issue. So we'll think about it also, so that we won't touch on any of the professional laws. No, Dr.
Ako po, Senator, is that we'll definitely push po sana for specialists, no, and we are willing to help po the Department of Education to craft, no, yung mga requirements, like for example, academic preparation, the experience, the competence, the research and creative works, and community and extension service, para po ma-qualify po namin what specialist is all about. And as a specialist, one of your roles is definitely to supervise, no, yung atin pong mga guidance associate, no, so yun po yung pinupush namin, yung specialist. And baka na po pwede natin tawagan Sir Francis. Nag-release po yata siya ng hand kanina.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you po, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Regarding specialist po.
Yeah, si Dr. Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May I share my screen regarding the specialist, no? Just to clarify po ng ating position, especially with the PGCA, in relation po sa sinasabi kanina ng ating mga kasama sa DepEd. Now, the position paper, the request of DepEd going to the DBM last September 2021 was the product po ng mahaba at mabalik ang usapan.
Francis, we cannot understand you. You're choppy.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, pasensya po. The request of DepEd to DBM was made.
Medyo, it's not, it's garbled eh. It's garbled.
For a while. I'll turn off my camera. Apologies po.
While you're fixing your connection, we'll call on the other resource persons who are here with us. Dr. Jan Levado, any comments po on the bill? Hearing none, Director, yan, DOH, Dr. Levado, any comments?
Yes, good afternoon po, Senator Win, and everybody who's here. I agree po with all the recommendations coming from the resource person. From the Department of Health lang po, I would just like to siguro reiterate that the Department of Education is really part of the Philippine Council for Mental Health. And for this year, we are developing the new mental health strategic plan for 2023 to 2028. And prevention, we are focusing really on the prevention of promotion of mental health po. So apart from that, we also have engagements with the Department of Education. Actually, ASEC Dalban has been on top of our ongoing project with them. So we're developing a module for suicide prevention in school, sir. So it's our Live Life strategy. It will be pilot tested next week from February 6 to 10, and the participants are DepEd teaching and non-teaching personnel. Hopefully, after the pilot testing, we can have a tweak on it and we can roll out for the entire nation po. Thank you, Senator Win, and good afternoon po.
Thank you. Yeah, we're cognizant of the mental health law, especially Section 34. This is on duties and responsibilities of the Department of Education, CHED, TESDA. And this is actually a general provision. So what we will do is make sure that it's harmonized with the proposed law, especially on letter C, pursue strategies that promote the realization of mental health and well-being in educational institutions. So in other words, it will expand Section 4, letter C. So it will not go against the mental health law. It's just going to expand some of the provisions because education is more than just one 4 items lang to, no? So obviously it's more than that. So we're just going to expand it. So rest assured that we're not going to repeal or run in conflict with the existing mental health law. It's a very good law, so we don't want to touch it. Thank you. Thank you. And Director Maricel Delonia, any comments? Of DSWD?
Hi,
Any
good
comments po,
afternoon.
ma'am?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Am I audible po?
Yes, you're coming in very clear.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kami po dito sa DSWD, kami po ay very supportive dito po sa proposed bill na ito kasi po kinikilala po namin and we are cognizant of the growing number of cases of children needing mental interventions, no, or psychosocial intervention. In fact, Mr. Chair, meron pong currently meron pong nai-refer sa amin na 2 cases ng mga estudyante na naging kaso po, no, ng suicide attempt, and yung iba po doon ay naging talagang suicide incident na po. At ang amin pong mga psychologists ay nakikipag-ugnayan po sa mga parents and teachers na naging ng mga bata na naging biktima ng suicide na ito. At kami po sa DSWD ay member din po ng Philippine Council for Mental Health bilang resource person po ng council na ito, at member din po ng ating review committee po ng iba't ibang guidelines na nagiging produkto po ng ating Philippine Council for Mental Health. And Mr. Chair, if I may also share, we are also in support of the previous discussions on increasing or enhancing yung mga plantilla position ng mga psychologists and psychometricians. Kasi po kami po dito ngayon ay merong 72 po na psychologists and psychometricians 14 po doon yung psychologist at 58 po yung psychometricians na nagtatrabaho po sa ating mga residential care facilities. At lahat po ng 72 na ito ay registered psychologists and psychometricians. Subalit, napakababa po ng kanilang salary grade, Mr. Chair. Sila po ay tumatanggap po ng sweldo na katumbas ng salary grade 11 at salary grade 15. And hindi po psychologists or psychometricians yung kanilang plantilla item, kundi sila po ay na-hire bilang admin officer na meron lang pong description, no, bilang psychologist at psychometrician. Napakalaking tulong po, Mr. Chair, kung sakasakaling ma-enhance natin at maitataas natin ang antas ng kanilang salary grade kasi po katulad po nung nasa DepEd, ang entry position na ito po ay nangangailangan din po ng masters, no, masteral level po ng mga psychologists, no, at psychometricians. Muli, Mr. Chair, while the DSWD is still crafting its position paper, and we shall submit our position paper officially once it is final, Mr. Chair. Meanwhile, we express the agency's full cooperation and support of the proposed bill, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. To DBM, Director Kiazon. She's still there? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to those attending this meeting. Maraming salamat po for inviting the DBM. We have not yet submitted the official DBM position paper on Senate Bill number 379. We will submit it po as soon as we have finalized it and signed by the Secretary. Sir, we recognize the intention of the bill to ensure the emotional and social well-being of basic education learners and teaching and non-teaching personnel in both public and private schools. As always po, the DBM submits to the wisdom of Congress as to the proposals in the bill. However, we would like to note the fiscal implications po ng bill. And may we inform your honors that the DBM acknowledges the need to make the compensation of guidance counselor positions more commensurate not only with the professional qualifications as mandated under Republic Act 9258, but more so with the extensive duties and responsibilities imposed upon them relative to their role in providing psychological and educational support to students. However, due to the complexity and magnitude of the nature of the DepEd's proposals po, as mentioned earlier, the DBM conducted a consultation meeting with the DepEd to discuss the feasibility of the proposals, taking into consideration the budgetary implications as well as its effect on the existing staffing standards implemented by the DBM in evaluating staffing modifications involving guidance counselor positions. As mentioned po kanina ni ASEC Galvan, mayroon pong letter ang DBM, it was dated June 29, 2022 to DepEd. And in that letter po, the cost requirement of salary upgrading of the guidance counselor positions using the third tranche compensation adjustment under RA 11466 or the Salary Standardization Law of 2019, the reallocation po ng guidance counselor series of positions in the government will entail additional PS cost of 3,144,000,000 pesos. So in lieu of the staffing modifications proposed by the DepEd, the DBM suggested some points to DepEd which may be explored, such as yung nga pong na-mention kanina na upgrading by 2 salary grades. For example po, yung guidance counselor 1 position from salary grade 11 to salary grade 13. However, sir, DepEd has not yet submitted its official proposal on the modification of positions related to guidance and counseling services, which will be subject to DBM's evaluation and proposals. and approval po, sir. So, yun po, sir, muna ang aming maiko-comment sa ngayon, and we will submit the official position paper of DBM po.
Thank you for that. Well, insofar as the application of DepEd to DBM, that's for the current setup right now, no? So moving forward, what we want to institutionalize is the minimum salary grade for guidance counselors and also guidance associates, no, later on. So what DepEd actually applied is for a stopgap measure, parang stopgap lang yan, no? To utilize the unfilled positions, no? So nevertheless, we'll wait for the position paper of DBM. And we also want to call on Dr. Pacifico. Dr. Rochelle Pacifico, any comments po, ma'am? Dr. Pacifico? Hearing none, we'll go back to Dr. Francis Subong. You may have the last comment.
Hello? Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me po?
Hold on, is that Dr. Pacifico?
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Pacifico, go ahead po, and then we'll call on Dr. Francis after.
I'll defer to Dr. Francis Di Malanta, who's actually the head of our mental health task force in the PPS.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Francis Subong, go ahead.
Sandali lang po, Mr. Chair. Baka yung what the other doctor means is Dr. Francis Di Malata of the PPA, right?
Si Dr. Di Malanta is no longer with us. Dr.
Okay po.
Rochelle, unless you, Dr. Rochelle, you might want to any comments? So, I think you're referring to another Francis, eh. No? So, hearing none, go ahead, Dr. Subong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, siguro, first is yung ginawa natin sa DepEd, since I was part of it, of the proposal, we are trying to shift from guidance counselor positions to specialists. The rationale behind is kung pwede lang sana ginawan ng administrative action, hindi na sana abot ng legislative action. Okay. Sa administrative action, because of the root causes which Commissioner Lizada actually earlier pointed out also, na may mga kailangang baguhin, i-update on the human resource and especially sa DBM. So we are looking sa possibility of guidance services specialists. As mentioned kanina ng ating mga kasamahan sa DepEd, based on the CSC Memorandum Circular number 2 series of 2017, ito po yung mga qualification ng guidance counselors and specialists. Now, what we are looking para hindi mahirapan yung kayo po, Mr. Chair, sa legislative is that we will just follow the salary grade 16 na established na within the DBM iOS on guidance services specialists. So in case kanina actually yung pinopoint out niyo po na in case na magalaw actually si specialist, on the two aspects, yung matitira na lang si guidance counselor and si guidance associate, actually it will have an effect po sa buong government because there are SUCs na gumagamit din po ng guidance services specialist. No? In relation po sa sinasabi kanina ni Commissioner Cueto, I think Dr. Pabiton and the rest of the sa guidance and counseling, we are in the process of specialization. However, the specialization po ng PRC, hindi po yan konektado as of the moment with the specialist per se sa plantilla position. Pwede po in the future, yes, we can. But the services specialist position right now in the government is also a generalist. So therefore, yun po sana yung pinopropose. Isa din po siguro I think na dapat natin malaman is that within the proposal po ng DepEd to DBM is that there are offices, there are sections that would be created within the different governance level po ng ating DepEd. Hindi lang sa school, rather division office, regional office, and the central office na merong guidance counselor. Now, guidance associate, yes, to echo also sa ating mga kasamahan diyan, we welcome the guidance associates. However, since you need supervision, guidance counselors must be pulled out from the schools and provide technical supervision and technical assistance to these guidance associates. And another thing, doon sa request ng DepEd to DBM, yes, it may have financial or budgetary implication, pero based po sa present ni DepEd, of all the 5,000 items, DepEd is just playing within the budget out of that 5,000, almost 5,000 items. So the budgetary implication, I think it's the DepEd played between, within its budget. I think yun nga yung ano namin, we are nagkakamot kami ng ulo. Bakit hindi po magawa kasi within the budget, and it was thoroughly researched because yung gumawa po sa DepEd consulted back and forth with the PGCA, with the guidance counselors within the DepEd. That's it po. So we are we will be joining the technical working group, helping po your office po. And we have already submitted our position, and we are focusing on the career progression. And another thing, before I forget, Mr. Chair, the guidance counselors, one of their strengths and skills is yung program management. So when it comes to program delivery, program formulation, maasahan niyo po yung guidance counselor because that's part of our curriculum. Kung kailangan man ng point person, we will be there. The guidance counselors, maasahan niyo po. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. Before I end, let me ask anyone who wants to make the last comment before we close. This will not be the last, no? Next will be the technical working group. But as a concept, do you have any comments?
Sir, perhaps we will just submit this to you, sir. Meron ho kaming rough estimates ng requirements ng budget dito from guidance counselor and then yung guidance associates as per our rough estimates lang po.
How much is that? Parang malagay natin on record.
Additional PS to be requested for guidance counselors, one, kung ita-chance, magiging salary grade 16 na sila, ay 239,899,000.
That's for the present complement.
Yes.
Okay.
And then for dun naman sa guidance associates, ang magiging requirement naman ay billion sir, 52 billion something.
For guidance associates.
Associates, counselors 1, 2, 3.
But that's not for the 47,000.
That's for the 45,000.
45. So, okay, so
nandito na lahat, sir.
So how much? It's simple lang. For 45,000.
For 45,000, that's 20 billion at salary grade 16.
20 billion.
20,923,431.
Ang budget, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
200.
No, that's roadmap. I know that will be a problem. So we will. Realistically, 20 billion is a big number, no?
Yes, sir.
So, but we need to demonstrate to the public that we will be able to reach that at one point, and that's the roadmap. No, so that we have a roadmap for the long term, and then we have short-term solutions as we go along. And then some are also proposing a sunset, which is part of the short-term solution. No, so that's why because if realistically, it's very difficult to reach that. But at least we're trying our best through our roadmap. No. Yes. Oh, yeah. That's very important. Okay. So,
Sir,
yes.
Senator, si Dr. Mateo po here. Ayun, parang ang layo.
Ay, doon eh. Eh, tignan ko yung screen. Dr. Mateo, sige, you have the last comment. I was looking at the screen.
Last comment lang po. So,
Sige po.
based on our position, it's really about the clarification in terms of the program that's going to be developed, no? And the items or the nuances of that program. And then the program kasi that will be developed will have implications in the hiring of psychologists. Kasi if we're gonna look at interventions, then psychologists needs to be there. The third po is yung hiring of psychometricians as guidance associates. This does not only have legal concerns, but we have the numbers and they also have the competencies. So there's a practicality to it also. And number four, it's the adjustment of the salaries of psychometricians and psychologists accordingly. Should there be changes also in the guidance counselor salaries? Yun lang po. Thank you po.
Thank you. Feel free to send us your position paper.
Thank you,
So we'll call on Dr. Hoxon, then Dr. Pabiton, and then Dr. Ke, and then we'll end the hearing.
Thank you, Senator, no, for really looking at the welfare of the counselors. Talaga pong matagal na po kaming talagang naglalobby with this. And thank you for giving the light, because rest assured po that you are looking the welfare of the counselors. You are definitely saving the families and definitely saving the youth. And rest assured, PGCA will definitely support you till the end, especially for this cause. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Dr. Hoxon. If you notice, the bill is very careful in touching other professions. No, we don't want to do that. This is a basic education committee. Meron kaming civil service and professional committee. So that's the line. No, so the reason why we are upgrading the salary, is to address the mental health issue, because our philosophy here is we cannot address the mental health issue if we don't have the professionals on the ground. No, so it goes hand in hand. But as to the qualification, the PQF, hindi namin ginalaw yun because it's not within our ambit. Yeah. All right. And then we call on Dr. Pabiton and then Dr. Ke.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Win. Thank you so much for really spending much time hearing the suggestions and comments of the various stakeholders. I think I agree with you that in strengthening the mental health programs, we've got to involve the various mental health professionals. My hearing all the presentations, mukhang merong echo.
Malinaw ho kayo, ma'am. Doctor, malinaw ho kayo.
Am I clear? I can't.
Yes, very clear po.
Yes, thank you. Hearing all the presentations of the various guests and experts, it is clear that services offered to our students and the student significant others are offered. However, it looks like the services are not integrated. So I agree with your proposal that we ought to put together these services and come up with a comprehensive, integrated, and in the systematic manner of putting all these services together to offer the best services to our students in the basic education. Therefore, I also agree that the mental health professionals should be identified. Those who are registered mental health professionals and those who are mental health advocates or guidance advocates or guidance associates. And we also agree that the roles and functions of each mental health professional should be clarified and the appropriate compensation should be with it at the same time. So, talaga naman may shortage tayo, Senator Win. Pero with this proposal on your bill, we realize the value of training the other mental health professionals, both registered and unregistered. And in the process of designing and implementing the mental health programs, we should consider really the stages of mental health care. I agree with all the proposals, like the maintaining of standards, identifying the roles and functions of those members of the mental health professionals, both registered and not registered. And I also agree that the PQF criteria should be followed. So thank you, and we hope that the proposed bill will be enacted so that we can help our students in the basic education program. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Dr. Pabiton. And lastly, Dr. Ke of the PRC.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Senator Win. I just would, in closing, I would just like to say that the future, the hope of the fatherland is actually in our mentally healthy youth, not just youth, but mentally healthy youth. So I endorse the bill you have authored. And my point is, in the presentation of Dr. Cueto and Dr. Mateo, I'd like to point out that the psychometrician, as chair of the Board of Psychology, should be considered as psychometrician, not as guidance advocate. So those roles of the guidance advocate, which can only be done by the psychometrician under our law, should be given to psychometricians so that guidance associates can also consider teachers and other professionals who may be trained, who may go through certification, their own certification and credentialing exams. Now, so that is my point, that psychometricians should be treated as psychometricians. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Dr. Ke. And lastly, before we close, we would like to request from our experts the several programs that you want to see in the bill. We cannot go very specific because programs are very dynamic, but we can put minimums. For example, frameworks, discussion or examples, just to make sure that the crafters of the law later on will take a look at those programs, especially the basic and essential programs. So we'll rely on the experts to give us some suggestions on that. I think it's part of one of the sections here in the bill. All right, so with that, again, thank you very much for your time. Hindi na ho kayo nag-lunch. I am sorry for delaying your lunch, but thank you very much for your time. This is a very important bill. As we all know, one life is too many. So it's important to address this. And I'm very happy that everyone participated lively and wholeheartedly echoed their positions and suggestions. So next week, February 7, will be our technical working group, and this will be the actual working committee. So hopefully you can join us also so that we'll have a very robust bill. So with that, thank you very much. This hearing is hereby adjourned. Thank you.